Oh. Oh, shit. Alright, hold on. Whoop. No, let's not do that. Display capture. You should be looking at this. And actually, we are going to just do this. Alright. I don't know how this mic is gonna sound, so fuck it. Everything's on new right now. We'll check it out here. This mic is gonna sound, so fuck it, everything's on new right now. It sounds fine. Cool. Let's fucking play a bit and let's see how it looks, because it should be at like a pretty high bit rate, so it should look pretty good as I'm streaming. So let's see here. Yeah, that actually does look pretty fucking good. Whoop. Oh, I got stuck. Alright, let's turn these in. There's two of them, right? Okay. I'm down. That's fine. Hell yeah. Oh, hell yeah. Alright, what level is this? 25? I think we can do that. There's so many people in here. Holy shit.
Be quick about your business.
And like everybody is leveling a paladin right now is something that I've noticed, which is kind of funny. But I guess it makes sense because apparently paladins are like super OP in Wrath. So I guess. Okay, let's sell some shit here. Ooh, okay. I think we're gonna try to sell that later. Okay, I think that should be good.
Beware.
Oh, and we need to check our mail. Nice. Nice. Alright, not bad, not bad. Oh, we did not hit 50 gold. That's a little sad, but that's okay. Alright, oh. Now I have to kill peasants. Okay. Right. I remember that. Okay. Well, let's head over there. And we'll start killing some peasants. No offense to the peasants. It's just something we gotta do. God damn it. My herbalism is not high enough yet. I'm at 104. Okay.
It's too far.
Attack. Do some damage. Resist. Get the fuck out of here.
Can't cast them.
God damn it. Sometimes I don't click it properly and I fuck it up. God damn it.
That's still charging.
I don't know if I switch seals around too often. I probably do. Oh, and I have no mana. And I pulled. Ah. Good one. And he fucking parries me first attack.
I need more mana.
And that was kind of pointless because I'm just fucking up. I'm not a very good player, as you can clearly see. Okay, let's... Oh, this bear's coming right at me. Oh, thank you. Alright, let's... Okay. Don't care. Probably shouldn't have done that, but... I'm pressed for time. Two big crits, two big crits. I love it. Let me move me over a little bit here. I think this should be good. Maybe a little bit lower down.
I need to get closer.
Nice. Ooh. Right, I also need to get the human skulls. So really any of them will do. I'm so bad at this. Literally so bad at this rotation. It's fucking laughable. Can I not attack? It just says I can't attack. this guy gonna get credit for this kill? That would fucking suck. I think I'm gonna get credit for it, yeah. Cool, we got into an RFK, which I think is that place over there. I have no quests for it actually. Holy shit. I'll ask if they can share those with me here in a bit. I'm probably gonna die here. Oh, maybe not. Maybe not. Oh, he lives. He fucking lives. Let's go. I only have 5 waters on me. Should I? I think I do. I'm going to pour back the Terran Mill. I'm gonna grab some waters, then I'm gonna fly over to whatever the fuck that place is. The Sepulchre. Let me browse your goods, homie. How good are these? Alright, now I got 20. I think that should be enough. Alright, now we're gonna fly over to the Sepulchre and then we'll just run from there. Then we'll try to pick some herbs on the way, just try to get some swift thistle, try to get some points, and get my shit up. I'm amazed how fast we formed. Hey, me too. It's true, like actually I was wondering to myself, like, are people even going to want to do dungeons like this? Because I have a quest to go in there, I think, for like the whole Paladin shit, but people actually run things now that they can't boost? Why can't people boost? Damn, alright, so that's pretty cool, I think. I'm not looking for any herbs. I should be. I'm talking to these guys in chat. I need to grab my water. I think totem. Is he a shaman? He's a shaman. We got some earth fruit up in this bitch. Let's grab the earth fruit. We got nothing else. Hopefully just to get a point here. It's green though. Probably won't get a point. Let's hope though. Let's see. We got a point. We do not get a point. It kind of fucking sucks. That's alright. Let's keep on going here. Any more herbs? Wanna just pop up? That'd be great. Alright, I'm not getting any more herbs. That kind of sucks. How much is level 30 mount? Oof, good question. $30 gold. What the fuck? That's not shit. Yeah, 35 gold for that mount. That's not too terrible. Oh boy. Oh, nice. They're like level 13. It doesn't matter. Cool, 105. Whoop. RFK? God damn it. God damn it. I'm at the wrong fucking place. I'm so dumb. God damn it. Damn it! I really thought I have no quests for that place. Racer RFK, Jesus. Hold on, RFK. What level is that place? Can we get motherfucking? Thank you. 24 to 27. All right. 27, 25, yeah. 27, 27. That's dope. Yeah. A dagger. That's cool. That's cool. A shield. Eh. So really, there's like an axe that I want from there. Apparently, that's like it. Looks like this axe and this helm. But I can't wield two-handed axes, so I don't know. Bro, I don't have like any flight paths there at all. So I'm like, I'm making this journey. Wonder if there are any RFK quests that I can grab.
What is it? Watch.
Okay, there's some quests that you can start in the dungeon. Where's this person at? Okay. I can grab that one from maybe. Yeah, I can grab that. Alright. Whatever. Oh, nope, not that way. Oh man. Oh, that's crazy. I forgot that you can like hear the like cheering voices when Arthas comes through. Like when you walk through there, you can hear the people that were cheering the day that Arthas walked through when he killed his dad. That's fucking crazy.
Hey, I'm his money
Okay, where are we going here? Departed order mark. Cool. Damn, I'm looking at my screen in this bitrate and it actually looks really fucking good. And it like actually looks 60 FPS, so I fuck with it. Let's not display my name. There we go, overlapping nameplates. Okay. Hey, I have a quest here. Let's go turn that in. Since it looks like we're taking a while to do this. But that's okay. Because this is WoW Classic. And like, things taking time are like totally normal. Like if this was live right now, which by the way, season 4 is out like right now, and I'm not playing it at all. I probably should. I really want that fucking cat mount, but I'm honestly like I'll do it at some point. But I really want to take advantage of this joyous journeys buff, and yeah. Oh, here we go. Here's a bit of lag. Holy shit. This is so many fucking people. So many bears, too. God damn. I like just came back to the game, by the way. I'm not like I have like a couple. I have one max level character, but he's really not geared at all. So that's all right. Let's sell shit. Now I shouldn't have sold the silk cloth. That was kind of a dumb move by me. Whatever. Holy shit, there's so many people. I'm dropping frames like crazy, bro. Hell yeah, dude. You know what? I'll come pick this up later. Oh, those are big lag spikes. Or like frame drops, rather. I think I can go up through here. Alright, cool. Damn. WoW Classic is alive and well. These are gigantic spikes.
Strength and honor. Strength.
Right, I have nowhere. Yeah, I guess let's go this way. We'll make our way down. Should I be in the Barrens? Leveling? I don't actually know where I should be leveling at. I'll probably finish Hillsbrad Foothills at like level 30, maybe with the buff. So if so, I could just technically skip. I could just skip the Barrens, right? If that's the case. But I don't even know. Let's see here. Let's go this way. Yeah, and then we just hit Stranglethorn, right? We just hit Stranglethorn. For sure, for sure. For show, for show. Chef for show, for show. For show. Yes, sir. Alright, cool. Yeah, I would just go to Stranglethorn Vale and Thousand Needles. Yeah. Makes sense. Oh man. got a rogue, a shaman, another paladin. And a shaman. The paladin can actually use some of this shit. I don't know if I'll let him use some of this shit, but he can. Technically, whatever. Damn. Whatever. I'll worry about it later. Oh man, this is stupendous. For shizzle. On the rizzle. I'm wondering if I should have came here. I got level 24. It's not a terrible place to go. Might be a little grindy. There's not a whole lot of quests. There's a whole lot more here. I don't know. Might have made a mistake. I should have maybe just headed directly to the Barrens after Ghostlands. Whatever. I will just deal with it. I mean, if they're gonna summon anyway, I'm just gonna go get my flight path, so... You know how it is. I'm just gonna go get my flight path, so... You know how it is. Cool. Oof. He said, sorry if I steal aggro. Cool, cool. One more, baby. Let's go, one more. Damn. Nice. kind of doing the least amount of damage. I just realized I haven't been talking at all.
I'm out of range. That's still recharging.
It's kind of crazy how I just like don't have an actual way to kick. Arcane Torrent is kind of dope though. My two racials. Is that a boss? Death Head's captain. Oops. What are we doing here? There's no way we make this jump, right? You said sure. What does that mean? Oh. That's true. Can you make that jump? Made it sound like he thought he could. Chain heal, get the fuck out of here. What the fuck are these? Why are these rares?
That's still recharging. That spell is
I'm also gonna need on it.
I need to target something first.
We got it. No problems. That helm's gonna be nice. Oh man, that's such a big upgrade. Whoop, whoop. That was such a dumb move.
Still recharging. Ah, that was my bad. Killing it. Spell
Oh, but he just killed me.
That's still recharging.
How am I pulling aggro if I'm doing like the least DPS? What is this? I don't remember this. I was debating on eating on that. Being a real fucking asshole about it. Why am I silenced, step bro? And I'm just silenced forever, bro. Hey, at least my earth root sold. I'm just silenced this shit, bro. Yeah, I definitely was not gonna make it with just 3 fucking or 5 waters. Good thing I got some more. Blind Hunter. Alright. Drops cool bow.
need something first.
Fuck it, we're needing it.
teach you to interfere.
Spell isn't ready.
Outside, hates will intrusion on our land.
Spell isn't ready.
My power rules here.
I can't handle
Our new allies will avenge us.
I can't carry any more of those.
Bro, Questy just barely works. It barely works. They're fine.
I need to get closer. It's still recharging.
Why are these called Agamar? Woot. So bad.
That's still recharging.
Jesus, this is long as shit. I didn't think it would take this long. I kinda did. How much further is this? Holy moly. Oh, did I pull? Yep, that was me. My
I'm
bad.
out of range.
Yo, my bad, brother. Sometimes I just make things up, you know? big damage.
How you doing?
Hey, I'm doing good. Do I take? I think I take
Keep
this.
it real.
Congrats. I'm just gonna go. We just going. We going. We going. We going. We don't give a fudge. We going. We going. We going. We going. We going. We just going. We're just going. We're just going. We're going, and then we're just going, and that's all we're doing. You know what we're doing? We're going. That's all we're doing. We're just going. Going. Going so fast, super fast. Can't stop me. We're going. Oh boy. There we go. Stormhide. Alright, I gotta pee real quick, BRB. Alright. We're back at it like crack addicts. We're just running. We're swimming. We're going. Ba, 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 ba. Right, Thorn. No. Asshole. Ah, he's not an asshole. Whoa, uncool, dude. Who the fuck? Thank you. Hey, Briarthorn. Oh, nope, can't do that. Oh, I don't even have Discord downloaded. Yeah, bitch, you can't keep up. Boom, boom. I should kill one more thing. Nine, what? Oh, I have thorns. That's why. What? That wasn't enough. Oh. Yes, sir. Gracias.
Solo había 4 y una para.
Alright, we are going to...
Go in peace.
Fuck! Alright. Well... +4 damage. Well, if it's better, it's better. Alright, I gotta head to Thunder Bluff, but actually right now, I am going to... What's going on here? Am I live? Yeah, I'm live. Alright, cool. Alright, I'm gonna actually... I'm gonna eat. And, yeah. We're gonna watch YouTube videos or something. For a little bit while I eat. Let's take a look at the soul video. I'm gonna take my camera off while I eat.
Hey everyone, this is Soul with some more Dragonflight Alpha coverage. Here I'm non-scripted, I'm going a little bit live here because I'm excited to show you what is going on with crafting orders. This is going to be one of the big features with regards to Dragonflight crafting that's going to let pretty much anyone get access to any gear. Basically what's supposed to happen is that a client is going to set up a work order and they can make certain requests, and from there a crafter of available skill will be able to fulfill that order. And I'm gonna try to show you sort of the gist on how it works. However, spoiler alerts, it's very broken. It is like barely functional, but at the very least I'm just going to try to show you, give you an idea of how it's supposed to work. So if you don't mind, like the video, subscribe for more content, and I'll be revisiting this as soon as I can. So you can see here, there's a work order person over here in Valdraken. This is the player hub / capital city for Dragonflight. We're in the middle of the crafting area. There's some people kind of lying about. There's some daily quests to help up my profession skills. So let's at least take a look at what placeholder things are available. So we're able to fill a crafting order. We're able to open blacksmithing, which has nothing to do with anything, and to create a crafting order. Now again, this is extremely broken. It only barely works for blacksmithing, and well, you'll see how it goes as we go through it. So let's start off. Let's pretend we're a client and we want to create a crafting order. So we're a person that wants to have gear made for us. Right now we just have a very limited selection here on the left hand side, and this will let us just kind of choose the things that we want to make. So this is where we make our requests. You gotta understand. So we can make requests for, these weapons here, or these blue weapons that are actually BOEs, or we can make requests for some of these epic crafts here. So for now, I'm gonna pick this shield here, this Primal Molten Defender. Now when we click, we can see all this fangled stuff, including, on the left-hand side, the reagents that we can provide. So I guess these are kind of placeholders. It's asking for one of these sparks here, one of these primal chaoses, one of this primal molten alloy. Now this primal molten alloy is tradable, however these sparks are not tradable. However, at least at the moment, we can right-click and we can not provide these, or provide any of these materials. So you can see right here, we're not providing anything. And we can say, hey, I just want someone to make it for me. You know, you provide everything, I'm just gonna give you like oodles and oodles of gold, and hopefully some sucker will fulfill this order, or hopefully not. But we can just, hey, do my stuff for easy, because I don't do, you know, stuff, screw, BOP items, boo, blizz, whatever, you know, and then you can list the order. Ta-da! And now it's up there. It's up there for all to see. And we can go and as a crafter, we can say, hey, I want to fill a crafting order. And from here, I presume that you'll be able to see everything that is being listed. And right now, if I hit the search button, it's just going to be me, this Primal Molten Defender that's up here. You can see the note that was left there, and this person didn't provide anything. So, it is pretty much on us, really, to provide the spark, the primal chaos, the primal molten alloy thing over here. So this tells me, at least so far with this iteration of how this thing works, is that clients don't need to provide anything. They can have nothing with them. They don't need to go out and farm for any of that stuff. And if the crafter happens to be someone that plays high-end content and happens to get these sparks, this primal chaos, and anything else that the client needs, they can provide it and make tons of gold if they wanted to. In this case, though, the client provided nothing, so it's going to be up to me. Some of these are locked out because my profession skill actually isn't high enough. So I may or may not even be able to, perhaps the intention here is that I wouldn't be able to fulfill this order depending on what was requested. But I do want to go on and talk about, just as a crafter, what is it that you can do, and what is kind of what seems to be kind of RNG about setting up crafting orders. So as you can see, in this case, the client has provided some stuff. They provided like some whack alloy that I guess I'm supposed to work with, and they're not asking for anything else. However, if you look at the recipe difficulty, it's at 325. However, my crafting skill is only at 31. Now at the moment, and I'm here on the client side of the crafting order, at the moment I can make a request, you can see here it says any quality. There's no pull down, there's nothing, there's no other UI kind of fangled thing that lets me change this quality. So I at least predict that when a client is setting up an order like this, they can also ask for like a higher quality sort of, like hey, I want at least a rank 4 or rank 5, or hey, maybe I'm recrafting, which by the way does not work at the moment either. Person-to-person trading, person-to-person work orders, those aren't working. Recrafting at the moment isn't working. But at the very least, this at least tells me that with regards to crafting orders, we can make a certain request and have it, have the best version of these items made if possible. And if we can provide them, great. And if we can't, oh well, bummer. I did try testing this out to see if, if I'm eligible to craft something, is it going to show up on the crafting order UI, and that really wasn't reliable. It was breaking all over the place, and so I can't really provide any good information there. At any rate though, if you are if as a crafter you do want to pick up this job, basically, you can hit start order right here, and it kind of sets you up. You have a duration of half an hour to make this thing correctly. Now, I'm unable to go any further than this, unfortunately, because, well, I need an anvil, and there's no anvil around here, so I'm a little bit screwed. But in theory, I would create this item to, however way that the client wanted it based on the things that they asked for, and that would kind of be it. So far this seems, I wouldn't say it's intuitive, it's obviously very broken, but it seems kind of straightforward. Client sets something up, the crafter fulfills the order. Unfortunately, I tried to find some sort of option that would allow me to do a person-to-person sort of crafting order, that would be the thing that would allow a person to just kind of directly be like, hey, I want you to make me a maximum quality such and such item, you know, have that recrafted. So that's one of the big things that's missing at the moment, so recrafting items. And so we may have to revisit this once again. Again, though, I just wanted to kind of give you guys an idea of just what it is that's going on with crafting orders, and I hope this helped to illuminate things a little bit. So if you don't mind,
Yeah, for sure, for sure.
Hello everyone, my name is Nagura, and today I will talk about everything you need to know concerning Shadowlands Season 4. So this season is special because we've never had anything like this before, so I quickly want to go over everything to make sure you guys understand what's coming, what's new, and how all the new systems work, so you're not confused when the season comes out. First of all, there will be no new raids. There will also be no new zone, of course, so everything kind of stays the same. There will be no higher item level legendaries either. They stay 291 item level. That means that there will be higher item level normal items that you can get from the raid, the vault, and then plus than your legendary item level will be. So that means that you maybe want to recraft your legendaries on a lower budget set. So something like a ring, wrists, cloak, belt, something like that. Because of course you would be losing overall stats if you could be using a higher item level normal item in that slot. Then there will be no higher conduits either. So the 278 conduits will be the highest ones. But you will be able to obtain them without any restrictions, and you just have to pay Cosmic Flux for them. There will be no pre-season either, so that means on the 3rd or 4th August, depending on your region, you will immediately be able to do all of the new content without any sort of item level caps or anything. You will be immediately able to do on Plus, and you will also be able to do the new raid immediately on all difficulties as well. Well, the new fated raids on normal, heroic, and even mythic as soon as the patch comes out. Then, the sockets will be obtained the same way as in Season 3, through the vault coins. There will be new coins though, so the Season 3 coins cannot be used anymore. The sockets will only cost 3 coins instead of 6, so that means you're going to be able to get more sockets with your currency. Then, let's quickly go into the fated raids. That will be the version of raids that drops the highest item level. So the fated raids can be accessed in all difficulties, so it's LFR, normal mode, heroic, and mythic. But the fated raids will have affixes. The affixes are going to rotate every week as well, and it's only going to be one affix. Most of the affixes are a kiss curse effect, so you have to do something, but you will get a buff or something like that if you do the affix correctly. Now, the raid that is fated will rotate every week between the raids that we already had in Shadowlands. So it will be Castle Nathria, Sanctum of Domination, and Sepulchre, the first ones, starting with Castle Nathria. One of the raids will be fated, the other raids will be its normal version, not dropping any higher item level loot, but the raid that is fated will drop the higher item level loot. You will be able to get 278 to 285 item level from normal mode. Then in Heroic, you get 291 item level to 297 item level on the later bosses. And then Mythic, you get 304 item level to 311 item level in the later bosses. You do keep the raid skips already, so if you have unlocked a raid skip in Castle Nathria, you will be able to also do that same raid skip in the Fated version of the raid. And there will be no Hall of Fame this time around, but there will be other achievements instead. If you clear all 3 Fated raids on normal mode, then you get a mount. If you do all 3 Fated raids on Heroic, you'll get a title called Hero of Fate. And if you do all of the raids on Mythic, you will be able to get a teleport for each raid to be able to teleport to the entrance. Then, I'm going to talk about more specifics when it comes to the actual raid loot. I already said the item level that drops. Domination shards and domination items will be disabled, so they won't work at all, and they also won't drop. Then the creation catalyst will still continue to work, and the tier sets will also still continue to work. So the way you will be able to get higher item level tier set is by just looting any item from the fated version of the raids, then go to the creation catalyst and turn them into tier set, and they will retain the item level that the fated item was in. Then there will be an item vendor as well, located next to the Great Vault in Oribos.
Alright. Let's get back to business. I don't got no time to play around. What is this? Must be a circus in town. Let's shut the shit down. Sucking a biscuit. And I'm finna risk it. The pussy I fisted. Alright, I'm done. I'm sorry. That's all I have to say. Fuck this, run over to Thunder Bluff. That's crazy. That girl's fucking shredded. Bro, what? Nice. Big shield.
May the eternal sun shine.
45 hundy. Nice. Got them bandit boots of agility sold. Now we're up to 51 gold. Banging.
Well met.
I think we go to org, right? Go to org. Why wasn't that one shareable? I see why it wasn't shareable, because you have to do shit over there. Alright, I guess while we're on this flight path, let's keep watching this fucking Nagura video.
There will be 3 different vendors, one for each raid, and they will sell special items from the raid. Well, they're not special in a sense that they're different items that drop, but they are like trinkets, weapons, like these kind of more powerful items that you can loot. And the reason why they put those vendors there is because the raids rotate. So if there's a very powerful item in Castle Nathria and you don't get it on your first clear, then you wouldn't be able to have the chance to get it again for another 3 weeks. And therefore they put these vendors in there to kind of alleviate that and make sure you can get those items that you really want. The items that you can buy are normal item levels, so they're going to be 285, depending on where the item is from. And then the way you can actually buy those items is through a quest. That quest requires you to kill 20 unique fated bosses. So that means in the first week, since there's only Castle Nathria available, that raid has 10 bosses, and therefore, no matter how many different versions of the bosses you kill, if you killed all of them, it will count for 10. So even if you kill the same boss on normal mode, heroic, and mythic, it still counts as 1.
Damn.
Right? You also don't have to kill the higher versions either. So if you clear the whole raid on normal mode, it already counts as 10. You don't have to do heroic or mythic additionally, or it doesn't also count more or anything like that. And then once you killed 20 raid bosses, unique ones, you will get 1 item. They're called dinars, and those can be used to buy one of the items from the vendors. It also doesn't matter which bosses you killed, you can buy any items that are on the vendors. And once you did those 20 bosses and you got your first coin, your quest will turn into a different quest, requiring you to kill 15 of the fated bosses. And then once you got that done, you get another coin, and then the quest will turn into a requirement of killing 10 fated bosses, and then you get your third coin. Once you have your third coin, the vendors will disappear and you won't be able to buy any more items.
What?
So that means on each character you will only be able to buy 3 items in total. If you kill all of the fated bosses, then it will take you 2 weeks to get the first coin. The second coin will be available in the 4th week, and the third coin will be available on the 5th week. The vendor only has weapons, trinkets, and like these more powerful items. But the hunter bow from Sylvanas will not be able to be bought from the vendors.
Purchased.
It will still drop from Sylvanas, and the upgrade items will still drop from Sylvanas as well, but you cannot just straight away buy the bow from the vendor. But there will be an upgrade item on the vendor, so if you already have the bow,
I get
from
these gigantic
Central
lag
itself, then you
or
will be able
fucking
to
frame
upgrade it
drops
to
in
285 item
org.
level as well.
I don't know why.
Additionally, separately to this item buying system, there will be another system that allows you to upgrade items. And the way that works, this is not tied to any quests or whatever. This will immediately start happening from the start. So if you kill a fated boss on heroic or on mythic, then you will get 1 shard per boss. It has a 100% drop chance, so there's no luck involved at all. And 20 shards give you like an upgrade item that allows you to upgrade any other fated item that you have. Doesn't matter if you obtained it from the raid, from the vault, or from the vendor, to the item level that you got the shards from. So if you killed 20 mythic fated bosses, then you will be able to upgrade any other fated item to mythic item level. So even if it's an LFR item, you will be able to upgrade it all the way to mythic with those 20 mythic shards. Now if you kill 20 heroic bosses, then it will upgrade any item to heroic item level, or any fated item. So this is supposed to be a system that helps people out to upgrade items that they bought from the vendor to higher item levels. And it will also help people to kind of help progressing through the raids as well. Because if you're a heroic guild that only manages to kill a few bosses on mythic, so let's say you clear 10 out of 10 heroic every week, but you only manage to kill like 5 mythic bosses, then eventually you will have 20 mythic shards, and then you can upgrade any of your heroic items, even like jailer items or Sylvanas items, all the way to mythic item level as well with those upgrade shards. Alright, now let's talk a little bit about Mythic Plus. Mythic Plus has 8 total dungeons in Season 4.
Why?
There are 2
What
Test
the
Mesh
fuck?
dungeons
Why are
for
these so
stay.
expensive?
Then we will have the 2 Mechagon dungeons, Junkyard and
That
Workshop.
makes no
We'll
sense
have
to me.
Carson dungeons, lower and upper. And then we will have Grimwell Depot and Iron Docks from Worlds of Jenner. There will be a new seasonal affix as well called Shrouded. At the start of the dungeon, you will be able to talk to an NPC and you choose one of your secondary stats. And then this is all personal and not group-wide. So each individual player can choose a different stat if they want to. By default, if you don't pick any stat, it will default to versatility. And some mobs in the dungeons are imposters. You see that they have like a purple glow around them, and they're basically normal mobs, but they turn into dreadlords once you engage in combat with them. Once you kill the dreadlords, you will gain a stat buff depending on which one you chose at the start, and this one will be permanent and stay throughout the dungeon. So at the end of the dungeon, you will probably have a lot of stat buffs. So if you chose haste, for example, you might have up to like between 10 and 20 haste buffs that will greatly increase that stat for the rest of the dungeon.
Wow.
Then the old and plus dungeons from Shadowlands are not going to be active and plus dungeons anymore. They will still be possible to do, but the highest item level you can get from them are 262 items from Mythic 0. So stuff like the Other Side, Necrotic Wake, Theater of Pain, you can still do them, but not in N+. And you will only be able to get 262 loot from them. And they're not considered Season 4 dungeons, and therefore you won't be able to get items from these dungeons in the vault, and you also won't be able to upgrade those items with Valor. Now the way Valor works is still the same way as Season 3. You will be able to upgrade items from Season 4 dungeons with your Valor points. So again, you won't be able to upgrade something like IQD or Ruby or anything like that, but you will be able to upgrade the items that drop in the Season 4 dungeon pool. And the vault, as I said, also drop items from the Season 4 dungeon pool and not from any Season 3 dungeons. Then the Mythic Plus score system works the exact same way as any other system seasons previously as well. You will still be able to get KSM, you will still be able to get titles and mounts, the rank 1 title will stay as well, and the Valor upgrade requirements will also stay in place. Alright, I think that is everything that is pretty important. Other than that, there's no new crafter mark as well for crafters. That is something to keep in mind as well. And some of your currencies will stay. Cosmic Flux, for example, will stay. Keep in mind you can also send Cosmic Flux from one character to the other as well. So that is something that you want to do, because you will need a lot of Cosmic Flux to basically create tier sets, right? Because we will have to use the creation catalyst to create tier set. Therefore, you will need a lot of Cosmic Flux for that. And additionally, Cosmic Flux is also used for conduit upgrades as well. So yeah, you can already pre-farm some Cosmic Flux if you're missing, and you can also send some from the other characters on whichever character you want to play this time around. Yeah, there's also going to be some class changes as well. I'm going to quickly go over them in a TLDR version. Dastro Warlocks have gotten a nerf. Survival Hunters got nerfed as well. Moonkins had their Starfall buffed by 15%. Shadow Priests had their AoE buffed as well. Arcane Mage was buffed a little bit, and Prot Paladin was also buffed a little bit. There were no healer changes regarding PvE at least, and yeah, I do think this is going to change up the meta a little bit, but not too much. Some people have been asking, oh, what's going to be good in Season 4, in Raids and in M+, but I do think it's kind of going to be established over the course of the first couple of weeks. It's really hard to tell what's going to be good and what isn't, especially with like class changes being involved. And on top of that, we're also going to get new power, like new trinkets, and old trinkets are going to fall away. So that means certain classes that had good trinkets from the dungeons that are not part of Season 4, they might receive a slight nerf. While other classes that have really good trinkets in the new dungeons and in the new raids, they might be able to have a bigger advantage over the others. So, and additionally to that, the new dungeons are old dungeons, really, and it's possible that there are certain classes that are better for those dungeons than others were for Season 3 dungeons. So therefore, it's really hard to tell what the meta is going to be, but I don't think it's going to completely change around. I still think it's going to be pretty similar to what it was before. Oh, one nerf as well. Windwalkers have got their nerfed as well. So that's something that we have to consider too. But I do think all of the classes are going to be viable and going to be fine. So you can play whatever you feel like, and it should be totally fine. And if you care about the meta, you're going to have to check back in a couple of weeks so we can see and test what kind of evolved as the season is actually live. And yeah, I hope that helped you out, guys. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you enjoy Season 4, and I hope you get all the item level in the world. Good luck with your items, with your vaults, and with everything. Thank you so much for watching, and I'll see you guys on my stream. Have a nice rest of your day. Bye, guys. Hello everyone, my name is Nagura, and today I got a TLDR Season 4 dungeon guide for you. Today we're going to be
Thank you, not playing though. Sorry, bye.
Did you change my rally?
We're questioning, no. But the note didn't work.
That's on this one.
He has on.
My wall didn't fall.
James, be in the spot, James. Dude.
Alright,
I missed my soak, guys. I missed my soak.
I missed myself.
Almost in the second goal.
I missed it.
I mean, I guess it's not gonna rally that.
Dude, he fucking shit on us from the top ropes.
It was because we pulled the boss,
Maybe
Kevin, I think.
Kevin doesn't have audio, maybe? Could be.
Double Dick Donnie's got a new move.
Yeah, that was a sick move.
Anyone else missed their soak there, or was it only me and
Dude,
James?
this guy's got new mechanics. Holy fuck.
That's funny.
I'm just gonna tell you guys, chat, you gotta be nice. This is f***ing bad. Alright.
Hold on, can I add another display capture?
Dude, honestly, I think this might be the weirdest I've ever seen in my life. Like, actually. Like, this might be the single weirdest thing I've ever seen. Alright. Chat, if you could, send me a picture of your UI in combat. Not like just sitting around Ouroboros. Don't do that. That's bad. Show me, I need to see these viewer UIs. Alright, number one. This is Diaz's UI. And we're gonna rate this as a chat. Okay? Alright, so so how do you guys feel about the numbers? Like, Diaz, I want you to answer this honestly. Do you ever look at these numbers for how much damage you're doing right next to the right of your screen? Sometimes? Really? Okay. Because I feel like if anything, you'd have it up here because you'd actually see it in your peripheral vision. But, like, you never want... Like, it being down here means, like, you're never actually looking at your character. So fight time here is good. Battle res thing is good. You have a pretty central UI that's solid. Do you purposefully have your note not with the background? So this is the note as it looks if you just don't lock it, right? It's an unlocked note, so that's bad. And then I think you have your Sludge Fist threat. Is that what Sludge Fist 20% means under this? Is that your threat on Sludge Fist right here? I don't think DPS ever need to look at threat, in my opinion. In fact, I don't even think tanks need a threat meter in today's day and age. Not great. Okay, chat. What do you guys think about the detail theme? So as details, usually what a lot of classes do for details is they have like the class color bar and instead of the class color name. Now, he's decided to make it be black. It's gray bars on a black background, and the numbers and the name are the class. It looks pretty good, but it's kind of hard to tell the bars while looking at it. That's my only thing. Like, usually when you're looking at details, you can see the class bar as being like seeing how much more someone is doing than someone else. Like right here, it's almost impossible to tell. Also, this mage's name in this screenshot is Jizz Cum Sperm Specialist. That's just too much, you know? Although his name is Jizz Demon D. So there you go. I'm going to say this. Oh, let's look at the actual thing. So you have your weak auras right next to your character. You have your energy bar, your player frame, target, and your important abilities all very close to each other. I just think you have some irrelevant information. Like I think this damage here could be somewhere else because you're probably not looking at it. It also directly goes on top of, I think, your focus frame. I think that's someone who you're focusing for, like MD, right? Wait, am I looking at this right? You're in the middle of a sludge fist pull. And your Vengeance Demon Hunter that you have focused is hearthing out. Why are they hearthing? That guy's trying to leave. That's so weird. Why is he doing that? That is very strange. You should ask him about that. Maybe it's like a strat that we don't know about. But that is a very, very weird. Okay, your raid frames are so a full black bar means full health, and when they lose health, the background of their lost health is their class color. Okay, it's probably a personal preference thing, but I fucking hate that. Like, I hate that so much. Like, I feel like the point of raid frames, even as a player and not a raid leader, is to look over and glance and have a very, very quick idea of where everyone's health is at. So that's why usually having like a black background that gets a little bit more red the lower people are can kind of, in a moment's notice, you look and you kind of see how healthy people are on the raid. Not too important for every class, but it's something nice to know. I feel like if your raid was at half health randomly, like I'm assuming these two people are dead, Triple DK and Humbra. I feel like those two people being dead means it's just their class color. I just think it looks like it just looks bad. Chat, I'm giving a solid 6 out of 10, but it would have been a 5 out of 10. I'm gonna give it a 6 because somehow on accident he captured a moment in his progression where they're in the middle of a fight and his Vengeance Demon Hunter is hearthing out. So not great, but that's fucking hilarious. So ultra wide monitor. Oh my god. Dude. Alright, guys. Okay, so quick question. Are you in an... Okay, who sent me this? Brotato1312. I need you to answer me in chat. Okay? Can you respond to me with a yes before I ask you this question? Okay, so you're listening. Do you play WoW in an IMAX theater with full 5.1 Dolby surround sound with like the IMAX speakers? Yes? Okay. Yes. All right, well, then we're cool. Why do you all do like, dude, ultra wide in WoW is actually like bad. Like it's actually bad. Like you just like, okay, if there's stuff on the right that you need to see, like your eyes on an ultra wide monitor. Keep in mind, this is all of you guys looking at this on your screen. This spread out, someone, if they wanted, okay, look, right here, look. If there's a soak right here that this guy could blink and go get, on his screen, he can't just look to his right. He literally has to do this. When you do this, to look at something, you literally don't see what's going on. This is why in professional games like CS and other stuff like that, they play on 24-inch monitors. Never, ever, ever is it more than that. And the reason why is it's harder to see in your peripheral vision. It doesn't need to be bigger. That being said, I will say I play on a 27-inch currently, even though I have a 24-inch monitor that I play all my FPS stuff on. In WoW, you can get away with it, and it's fine. It's okay. But I will say it is funny that people play with the ultra wide. I feel like, or people who play on like bigger TVs. They have this every year at BlizzCon. Okay, at BlizzCon every single year they have it's like HyperX or some company will have this setup in the middle of BlizzCon, and they'll be like, come out and try our new screen, and it's literally like this giant widescreen thing, and they have you like run around as a Tauren and Mulgore, and it's just like the people are like, oh, this is so cool, and you're like, dude, that is so bad. Like you would never ever optimally play on that. All right, let's talk about the actual UI though. You have raid frames bottom of the screen just fine. This is the now weak aura, right? This is a weak aura I'm very familiar with. It's either now or like Fragrance's old UI or something. I believe it's now's though. So all that's obviously really good. He makes really good UIs. You have your timers over here. Okay, as I think different than now's though, you've chosen to have your unit frames or your raid frames at the very, very bottom of your screen with your ERT next to it, as opposed to, I think most players with this UI would do the normal DPS thing of moving your abilities over to the left. You have your note at the top. Guys. Chat, what's wrong with this note? Hey, lock your notes. You feel me? It's a minor thing, but we're talking about precision. You guys want that rated? That's bullshit. Get that out of here. Also, you're playing in the fight with this open. Are you going to disband the raid? No. Are you going to roll check? No. Ready check, maybe for memes mid-pull. You got to close that immediately. Oh, you have the weak auras on. Are you a raid leader, big man? It looks like you are. It would be really, really unlikely for a regular tank player to have his raid frames be in an optimal position and have ERT at all. So you've got to be. Yeah, cool. So other than that, I think you have everything. You have a bunch of extra healing. Yeah. Oh, dude, you're totally a raid leader. Only a fucking raid leader would have this, by the way. They would have damage done in the corner, and then they would have damage taken, healing done, and deaths closer than damage. That's how you know, dude. That's how you. I shouldn't have even asked you. I think the rest of it's good. It's honestly like, okay, besides the fact that you're playing in a movie theater, the like overall like UI balance is good. You're obviously using a great weak aura. I think a lot of people want to make their own UIs, which is fine, but I mean, like, this is a really, really functional one. Looks good too. Looks fucking clean. Honestly, this is like probably one of the better raid leader UIs I've seen. Straight up. It's got everything. This is how I would have my healer frames in like a raid leaning progression scenario. But yeah, wait, what did you say? Iron Fur buff overlaps Mangle. Oh yeah, hey, look at that. You have your active mitigation, a different active mitigation weak aura on the side of your thing, and you have it up here. All right, never mind. This UI's fucking shit. It was going so strong until that, dude. Just imagine you sent me this really fucking sick UI, and it all came down to this. Dude, you fucking ruined it. That was so good. Yeah, Icon has a border too. Dude, he said snitch to the guy in chat who said it. Okay. Fucking snitch. Okay. Here we go, another one. This is a Mythic Plus UI and he's a Demon Hunter player. Oh, wait, no. Oh, look at this. What the fuck is that? How can you tell if he's even low? What is that? Wait, here. Dude, that tint of red is making me so mad. It's like the boss's name is red with a black background, but it's a slightly different red than the health bar, which is a slightly different red than him losing health. That's making me mad. I don't know why this is making. Oh, it's on the target frame too. Ugh. It's gotta be like black or something. Oh yeah, your HP. It's a purple bar with bright red. I'm okay with that. I'm okay with the bright red being there. I just don't like it on the target frames. Oh, dude, nice FPS. We like that. Got kicks. Okay, so you got the interrupt up here, just a normal week. What nameplates are these? Oh, I haven't been looking at people's nameplates. This is like the target of target. It's the things cast. Okay, so minor gripe. I'm okay with people who do this. There's actually a few people in my guild who do this, where you have all your buttons down here. Like if you look at past UIs, right? Like the one we just looked at, how it has the stuff in the middle. That's the one thing that has been innovated in UIs for the past like 2 expansions specifically, when everyone has like kind of homogenized into this. But dude, having your important abilities, so the 4 to 5 abilities you really need to see on Venus DH under your character, I think would help you a lot. Because right now, what you're doing is looking at your feet, looking at a cast bar, drawing your eyes down to the very bottom of the screen to see if your silent sigil is up, and then you're looking at your health, and then you're looking at your party, and then if you're a real damn doer, most of your time's over here, So you're looking in like all of this area for the same information that could have been gotten right here. That's why weak cores like that exist. And it makes you better. But it's obviously a familiarity thing. Like some people will prefer to do that here. I'm gonna be real with you, man. I can't flame you about the mini-map. My mini-map looks like this too. With all the different mini-map buttons that are just like on top of each other. I should flame you. If I was an equal opportunity flamer, I would be flaming you right now. But I'm not, because I also do this. So you get a pass for that. Here we go. This is a Demon Hunter that sent me this on Twitter. So you have the normal. So you have giant. Okay. Dude, I'm trying to make. Okay, your player frame is insanely big, right? Like, what is that? Like, why would you go. Why would you. And it's a different size than this. Like, you went all minimal with the weak aura, and the weak aura looks great. And then, wait, there's so many things going on here. Okay, also, for your buttons down here, you have a row at the top with 2, where it's like, okay, you want to put your pots together. And then the row after that has 9 buttons, and then the one under it has 11, just to go down to the bar under it, which is smaller for some reason, but contains very important things like your interrupt, but I guess you're double tracking your interrupt, so it doesn't matter. And then on top of all that, you have a button row on the right that's clearly bound to F keys with nothing on it, and it's showing. Like, what? Why? All right, let's look at some of these. Let's see if he has any weird keybinds. So he's got like, okay, 1, 2, 3. Okay, R, F, T. These are great. G's great. C's great. V's great. Wait. Okay. You have 1, 2, and 3 as soul shape, darkness, and a single target stun. Dude. Yo, that's fucking weird, right, chat? Isn't that weird? I mean, maybe you're a MOBA player and you do like, you have like Q and E. Yeah, Q and E being your like, your generator and spender for single target actually means you like definitely play MOBAs, right? Mount. Netherwalk on 4, Mount on 5. Okay, we got to talk about Taunt on 7, right? You're not hitting that. You bound that just for this screenshot, so you said you had Taunt bound. You know what I mean? Your Havoc. Are you implying there are plenty of scenarios where taunting as a DPS player is correct, right? All the time. Make plays. It could be mouse buttons. It could be. But I'm thinking from context that it's not. Also, my dude, you got to go like farm some herbs or something. Now, there's not a lot of people in the game that herb and mine because they don't have to, but you have to do that. You have to have more gold than that. You have to. In fact, dude, if you're on Illidan, I'll send you some gold right now to fund your startup kit for your herbing stuff. All right. Oh my god. I didn't tell you all to whisper me on Discord? Look at this! What the fuck? It keeps going! Why? Dude! No! Look at my fucking Discord! Look at this! This is my Discord right now! Look at this! And it's more! It keeps going! There's like twice as many as that! I deliberately told you to not do that, you fucking animals. What are you doing? I'm just gonna tell you guys. Chat, you gotta be nice. This is fucking bad. Alright. Wait, this isn't a joke. Wait, this is someone in instant dollars. Quick money. Look, progress, US, instant money. Number 16, fast cash. This guy is in that guild. Kevin said that UI literally belongs to the smartest person I know. Okay, so we have... Wait, so am I getting this right? Where if you want to look at your health in the top left, that's the only place you ever see your character's health besides your raid frames, which are at the very bottom of your screen. You have an actual spreadsheet showing all of your damage events and how much they're hitting within that amount of time. You have basic MSBT or an equivalent of it that's showing you every single buff you're getting or losing right above it, which I guarantee you don't look at too. That's probably just the base of that add-on. You have boss health top left. You have your timers at the top right. No one looks at the oh my god, you have the note that's not locked and it has a black background. Okay, actually, I'm not gonna flame for that. That's actually good. I feel like it's easier to look at it than when it blends in, even though it looks way worse. I actually won't flame that. I think that's like functional. This I feel like this picture isn't showing the whole story. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like this picture, if you were to look over the course of like 4 to 5 frames, his screen would flash like 6 times. Do you know what I mean? I don't know if that's true, but like it really looks like that's true. Look at his skill bar. Where are his abilities? Oh, they're right here. Dude, honestly, I think this might be the weirdest shit I've ever seen in my life. Like, actually, like this might be the single weirdest thing I've ever seen. There's like I need to know, I need to see like a time lapse and see how it even happened, you know, because it must have happened over time. I guess one thing that's good that you could make the argument of is that anytime he wants to gather any information, he can look in the top left of his screen. But there's 2 things that aren't consistent with that. He looks at his raid frames at the very, very bottom, which, if you want to be real, as a DPS player, especially a Warlock, that like kind of doesn't matter. Like, yeah, you're going to have people yell at you to battle res people, but, I mean, Warlocks don't battle res people anyway, so you could just not do it and be like every other Warlock that exists. And most DPS players that don't do any strategy stuff don't need to see that. So, honestly, the fact that it's... Okay, so the idea is right where everything's in the top left of your screen, but the problem is that's like a mile away from your actual character. But can I get a confirmation? I see a few people that are in this guild typing in the chat. Are you guys saying this guy's sick? This guy's like really fucking good? Is that what you guys were saying? He's insane? Okay. Then then maybe the point of today's UI talk will be that, and Trill's a good example of that as well. A UI, you do not need to have a great UI to be really, really good. It's just probably going to make you a little better to have a great UI, and it's more likely that you're better with a good UI. But there are plenty of people that are really good that have bad UIs. So it kind of doesn't matter, but it is fun. It is fun to look at this. Man, that's some shit, huh? Show this one, Syrah's UI. Wait.
What the fuck is that?
What? Dude, I cannot get over. Dude, I can't get over why it's fun like this. Dude. The best part is the fucking wide power word shield. It's like the wide SCO meme, but it's for power word shield. Why is the power word shield so wide? And why are... Dude, do you know exactly how this shit happens too? Is you'll have like, you'll be like, oh, you know, I want to track this ability with a weak aura, and then you make a single one, and then you just put it off to the right. Except he never made them a group, and he just kept doing that for every ability that was important, and he just put them over here. Holy, oh my god, that looks like shit. That looks so Untitled spreadsheet, Sire Denathrius, best UI ever. Wait, why are you guys saying, oh no? Alright, let's see. Oh my god. Wait, what does it look like in combat? It's worse! Wait, it gets worse! No, wait a second. Dude, this is before the pull. Wait till it starts. Okay, 1 second into the pull. Let's... I actually didn't mean to pause it when he opened up his bags that take his whole screen. This is a laptop UI, isn't it? This is a laptop UI, dude. I'm telling you, this is a laptop UI. I have lived this life. When I was in Throne of Thunder, I was playing on a fucking laptop. Oh, dude, he's rich though. He does have 9.5 million. Okay, so I mean, it's not everything's just super scrunched together, but there's a few things that are weird. Number one, 2 rune weak auras, right? Absolutely no reason. Right next to each other too. Why? Oh, dude, look at the. Wait, is there 3? There's 3. Look, there's a 3rd one. Wow. Okay. And then, well, the other 2 at least have a certain purpose, or if you're still in it. Dude, you know what would be the craziest thing is if this guy was actually good. That would blow my mind. He has ERT at the top of the screen because he needed room for it. He has all of his abilities at the bottom. Yeah, dude, this guy's playing on a 13-inch MacBook Pro. Money back guarantee. And he even went through all the trouble to do that and still has sexy map. Dude, what the fuck, man? He's the raid leader? What the fuck? Hey, he uses the Hellstone weak aura, though. A man of culture, I see. Dude. I can't get over the ERT note. You literally can't even read his timers. How is he even recording this without his computer exploding? And then he has keybinds. We're going to assume that it's his mouse. Okay? We're going to assume that it's his mouse. But his Nova is bound to 0. His rune is bound to 9. His interrupt is bound to F3. That's okay. He clicks half his buttons. No, he just clicks them. Okay, well. Wait, and did you say they were world... Are they world top 150? They were pretty bad this year, but they've been 40 to 50 in the past. And they have a raid leader with this UI who clicks. Dude, this guy must be a fucking genius or something. Like, he must just be, like, insanely smart. Dude, how strange. Dude, the actual mastermind. Dude, do you know? Can you imagine how much better their guild would be if, like, all of them just pitched together some money to get this guy, like, a basic computer from, like, 5 years ago? You know what I mean? Like, it's actually kind of crazy people are still gaming on laptops in 2021. He's actually hung. Yeah, combat timer in the note. Timer, or bars in the note. I mean, I don't even know, like... He's basically using all the space he can. Like, this is kind of, as a raid leader in today's day and age, playing on a laptop, I mean... It's definitely rough, but... I mean... Oh, he's clicking Arcane Explosion. Okay. Yeah, that's pretty rough, man. There's a bunch of meme UIs from the past. Alright, Sorum DH. Loyal viewer. Base ERT. Not gonna be mad at it. Could look better. Your note. Okay, so you went through the trouble of doing what I said earlier, which is having an unlocked note because it's easier to read. But you did that only to type kill boss get loot. And then you left it up on your whole fucking screen. That cannot be good. that cannot be, like, worth that much space. You know? Yeah, I gotta give you VIP for that. Or do you already have it? No, that would be giving you VIP on purpose. Oh, you already have it. Wait, if I was going to give you VIP on purpose, does that mean I have to give you mod or remove your VIP? No, we can give a mod. That sounds fun. You can randomly ban people, just don't do it a lot. Alright, but your UI is pretty trash though. Moving on from that. Alright, behold my heroic Lei Shen kill UI. Sang! Okay, guys, ignore anything I'm flaming you about your UI because here is a current raider in Limit who has killed the last, like, 5 end bosses for us. Dude, no way. What is the aspect ratio? That's the first thing. Look at the... It's more tall than it is wide. Why is it that way? Okay, so you have MSBT Porky. Which I think all of us, when we were noobs and we downloaded MSBT for the first time, we all had that Porky. You know? But fucking Porky font. Also, the other thing that's true with baseline MSBT is you need to turn off like almost all of it. Like right here, you do not see you have shooting stars from it popping up on your screen. No one reads that. Or down here. Dude, you got a shooting stars proc and your button is lighting up and you have it said 3 different places. Wait. Sang? What are these buttons bound to? Sang? Sang, what the fuck are these buttons bound to? Do not. I learned to keybind in Siege of Orgrimmar, man. Oh. Dude, how do we win world first, man? It is actually mind-blowing.
That was a fun vid. Alright. Ooh, let's watch this Vadi video.
Did you know that when you get this boss below around 25% health, that this can happen?
Oh.
This grab attack did 2,410 damage to our character. We actually had to hack our health higher just to survive it. So this might just be the single most devastating grab attack in any From Software game, I think. But what's really fascinating about this grab attack is that there are 2 versions of Astel that you can fight in-game, right? There's the Natural Born of the Void creature in the Ainsel River, and there's the Stars of Darkness variant in the Yellow Annex Tunnel. But in our testing, only the Stars of Darkness variant of Astel can clone itself and use this attack. The other one can't. I wonder why. There's definitely more to these creatures than meets the eye. And it's that same eye that brings us to the Falling Star Beast. So 2 of these can be found and fought in Elden Ring, but these 2 are only young, supposedly, because a full-grown Falling Star Beast can also be fought atop Mount Gelmir. But the secret here is that these creatures are only stage 1 of an evolutionary chain. The mouthpiece of the Falling Star Beast looks a lot like the mouthpiece that many antlion larvae have, and since larvae are basically immature insects, they're bound to go through a pupa or chrysalis stage before they become an adult. Which brings us to the malformed star enemies. This is stage 2, so gone is the quadruped type of animal, and in its place is this hidden, contorted monstrosity which hangs stationary, as many bugs commonly do in this stage. Here, the beast is much larger and sports multiple limbs. Finally, the skull that was previously only slightly protruding has now become fully visible, and here it fires rocks and attempts to bite those that come too close, waiting for the day that it can reach its full potential as an Astel. Sprouting wings, it now fights you with an enormous tail, new attacks, and 6 fully realized limbs. Number 3. Around the lands between stand several rises, and to enter these you're often required to solve a puzzle, but probably the most difficult puzzle to solve on your own stands here in northeastern Leonia. Its hint reads, Erudition light the way. And to get inside, you'll need the Erudition gesture and a glintstone crown helmet, both of which are within the Raya Lucaria Academy. And the combination of wearing the crown and performing the gesture causes the magic gems within most glintstone crowns to glow brightly, illuminating the way through the seal, showing just how clever you are. But what I really want to know is, who the hell was the first one to figure this one out, without looking it up? Next, I want to show off some invisible bridges in Elden Ring, which might still be hidden to many players. So, the first bridge can be found as a solution to yet another Rise puzzle, the Heretical Tower Rise in the mountaintop of the Giants. Starting on the opposite side of the ravine in the north, you can see a distant stone bridge leading into the tower. Carefully follow this path and you'll find yourself inside. Being inside by these means will break the seal by the traditional entrance as you defend yourself from the Avionet soldiers inside. Your reward at the top is the powerful Founding Rain of Stars sorcery. The second area, containing concealed walkways, can be found in the hidden path to the Halig tree. After taking your leap of faith from the rail here, head across to the left to find some valuable loot. Then another path begins from this alcove. Carefully navigate across the abyss to find some Volga militants who guard 3 sacramental buds. From this exit, looking in the westerly direction, the keen eye will spot this entry being slightly lower than the current level. Walk a straight line here, being wary of the small decline you take to get inside. Here you'll find more enemies, more loot, and a path that leads on to a stray mimic tier boss. The traditional way we've always revealed these paths is with rainbow stones, or now even better, rainbow stone arrows. But Elden Ring has given us yet another valuable tool, Hoarfrost Stomp, which reveals just how much stable ground is in front of you, making it perfect for navigating invisible corners and spiral turns. This should prevent you from falling to your death. And speaking of which, when it comes to falling, Elden Ring appears to have a system in place to help prevent unintentional falls. So when you're faced with a sheer drop, like this one, attacks facing that direction will be met with a protective barrier that prevents you from falling. These barriers seem to exist in places where there are large, unbroken falls beneath you, making them really useful when you're navigating those invisible paths discussed earlier. Just swing away and take note of when you seem to stop moving, as you've likely reached the edge. That being said, this method doesn't work for all cliff faces. Beware of using this method against rocky, choppy ledges that don't have a clearly defined fall below them, like this one here. Gestures are also very capable of causing death by gravity. Unfortunately, it seems like prayer won't be able to save you here. Speaking of dropping down, did you know that there are several branches and ledges that you can navigate behind the Bestial Sanctum in Caelid? Risking some really long drops down here will reward your tenacity with the Dragon Crest Shield Talisman and the Cincadilla. The talisman will provide a nice boost to physical damage negation. However, the true diamond in the rough is the dagger nearby. Modeled after an Italian short sword of the same name, Cincadilla means 5 fingers, and it references the 5-fingered grip that the weapon requires. But Elden Ring takes this symbolism further and even shows a skeletal hand along the blade. Fittingly, the Cincadilla also boosts bestial incantations like that signature 5-fingered claw attack. This weapon works great in your offhand, especially when combined with the Claw Mark seal, which adds another 10% boost. You can even two-hand the Claw Mark seals and make better use of its unique strength scaling. And the best way to maximize your damage in Elden Ring is by assigning stats to match proper weapon scaling. And of course everyone knows that the assigned letters of S through to E determine how strong your scaling damage will be, but it's actually not as simple as that, because take a look at this short sword and compare it to the Lordsworn straight sword. So both of these are D in strength and dexterity, so they should scale identically, right? Then why is it that the Lordsworn straight sword comes up as a red, poorer quality letter when compared in the user interface? Turns out that these letter allocations are actually only breakpoints or tiers, and that each weapon actually has a hidden scaling figure or value of 0 through to 200. So in this example here, the short sword actually has a stronger scaling value when compared to the Lordsworn sword, even though they're both listed as D. While it's difficult to figure out exact scaling values, it's definitely something you should be aware of, especially when comparing weapons. Another thing that you'll want to be aware of, if you've been playing Elden Ring for a really long time, is soap. It can be really useful in certain situations. So when you roll through a poison or rot swamp, your character will be physically coated in the element, and status buildup will increase. Because you're covered, this buildup will continue even after you exit the pool. Now, this coating will eventually wear off, but soap can remove it instantly. Soap will also remove any bloodstains that you've managed to gather throughout your journey. And similar to soap, if you roll through a poison pool and then stand under or move into rain, then the poison will come off as well. This effect is immediate, so if the pool is outside in the rain, then you'll find that coating can never occur. And you can also roll in water to cleanse the poison. Some pots in Elden Ring even have water in them as well, just for this purpose. In researching soap, we discovered a few other interesting details. First, if you coat yourself by rolling into Scarlet Rot, and then you exit the swamp and you let the Scarlet Rot status fully build up based on the body coating, for some strange reason, this body coating will trigger a less deadly version of the rot than if you had just stayed in the pool to activate it. It appears to take about 50% less health per tick if you do it this way. So if you're crossing this enormous lake of rot, what I would do is let the rot status effect fully build up outside of the pool, and then you can just have this weaker version applied to you for your entire journey across. Next, there are also two types of poison in Elden Ring. There's normal and deadly. Deadly deals twice as much damage per second when active, and it does this over a shorter period of time as well, which is also beneficial. Weapons like the Serpent Bone Blade and Venomous Fang actually deal this deadly poison, making them far superior, in my opinion, to regular poison infusions as far as DPS goes, so pick your poison carefully. For number 12, consider the nomadic merchants. As well as being valuable allies and skilled information brokers, many are also very talented musicians. And thanks to Sekiro Doobie on YouTube, we now know how extremely accurate their playing is. Their fingers and bowing actually match what a real instrument should look like when used, which is some incredible attention to detail, as you can see here with their fingerwork along the bridge. Prepare to cry, by the way. But staying with these merchants a little longer, their wares are also very unique. Alongside the arrows and the pots that they peddle, they also sell information in the form of cookbooks and notes. But did you know that these notes are actually marked to help identify which merchant they came from? Take a look at Merchant Kale, for example. See those blue and white accented feathers in his cap? You'll also find those on the bottom of the notes that he sells. These note feathers are basically a signature flourish from their original author. For number 14, here is a simple but useful discovery that still exists as of patch 1.05, and that is, it is technically possible to pause Elden Ring. All you have to do is find your way to the menu explanation section by pressing the help button in a menu. This will effectively freeze everything in the game while it is open. Normal sounds will just continue to operate around you, and even status buildup will pause. I guess this is one way to step away from the game while you're in the wild, although you should get in the habit of quitting out when you do this, especially because quit out is actually a valid tool that you can use when you're in the middle of combat, or when you fall off a ledge even. Next, here's a secret that was discovered all the way back in the network test, thanks to early research completed by Lance McDonald. Did you know that Melena's cutscene can occur in other locations rather than just the typical gatefront graces that most people use? As long as it's your third site of grace, most graces in Limgrave will actually trigger this cutscene. My favorite one to go to is actually the Seaside Ruins. I think that one looks
that's
cool.
the first one that I ever got
Lake
mine at.
South, the Third Church of Marika, the Bridge of Sacrifice,
that's the first one I ever got.
Murkwater Coast. They all work perfectly. One new addition to Elden Ring that you might not know about is your ability to block while backstepping. With this, shield bearers can get a little bit of protection while moving away from an oncoming attack. In PvE, this is a helpful way to give you extra space and a barrier, especially against persistent enemies like dogs and rats. And while backsteps admittedly aren't super powerful, the attack that you do after a backstep can be. These attacks are similar to your running attack animations, but for some weapons, the backstep attack animation is particularly good. For example, power-stanced greatswords actually have a backstep L1 that is a simultaneous thrust, and power-stanced halberds have a double consecutive thrust. Let me know in the comments if there are any other weapons that have really great backstep attacks, because while they're sometimes useful in PvE to turn your defense into offense, where they really shine is in PvP. Here, high-level players often use backstep attacks to mix up their animations, and the best players can be seen backstepping into opponents just to trigger this attack sometimes. So if you're not using these in PvP especially, you really should weave them into your playstyle. Many people really don't know what to expect when you pull off this technique. And speaking of invading, so you can invade with the finger items, but if you manage to pick up both fingers during your playthrough, then you can actually use them both to invade more efficiently. Using one finger forces you to stand and wait to invade, while this message regularly pops up, but one thing I noticed from watching Ouroboros streams is that by alternating between two fingers constantly, you effectively reset your attempt to invade, meaning you're more likely to invade a player as soon as an invasion slot opens up. And despite being used for the same purpose, the bloody and recusant fingers are actually slightly different. This is mostly a case of thematics, as the fingers represent two different factions, one for the recusants of the Volcano Manor and another one for the followers of Moog, the Lord of Blood. But did you notice that each finger has its own signature invasion music? Have a listen, and let me know what you think is the better theme for your PvP antics. For number 20, Elden Ring is full of little things that help immerse you into its world, and being able to sheathe your weapons is one of those. Yes, this is a very minor thing, but it does make you look a little bit more presentable in cutscenes or when talking to NPCs, and if you're someone who records footage like me, then this is a very handy tool. So to sheathe your sword, you need to ensure that your offhand is empty, and then you tap triangle and L1 to stash your blade away. And most weapons are simply slung at your side or over your shoulder, but some swords have these beautiful scabbards that really are worth showing off. The Glintstone Kriss, the Banished Knight's Greatsword, and the Rivers of Blood Katana are just a few examples of weapons that have detailed scabbards that you'll want to admire. And you should always be conscious of your character's Elden Bling, because you never know whose world your character will end up in. Remember those random NPC characters that you fought during Fear's questline? What about the NPCs that you fought in front of the Great Jar? Well, a recent discovery has revealed that these are actually the uploaded characters of other real players, and there must be millions of options that the game is actually choosing from. Matt Gruen on Twitter has revealed some of the incredible workings behind this system. For example, if you're online while getting hugged by Fear, then your character's build is allegedly being uploaded to the Elden Ring servers, and apparently these saved builds are then passively loaded while in the Deeproot depths. That means your character can actually appear as Fear's champion in another player's game. A similar thing happens when you receive the Great Jar's arsenal, where your character can then appear as a Knight of the Great Jar in a different player's world. But even if your character is uploaded, Matt points out that it doesn't mean your build will always be used. We don't yet know the inner workings of this system. There must be some other requirements to make sure these builds aren't completely non-functional, but it's so damn cool that Elden Ring can pull your build out of its enormous jar of warriors, so to speak. Crazy discovery. Next, you'll have noticed that ruins are a pretty common sight on your journey through the lands between. Thing is, these always seem to have underground areas with treasures or bosses or two bosses. But while most ruins have obvious entrances to their underground, others conceal them with planks or even magic. So if you find a ruin without an underground area, try your best to look for an illusory flaw. An easy way to spot them is by looking for a rectangle that doesn't quite blend in, as you can see here. You can also use the incantation Law of Regression, which reveals mimicry, but an even better version is the Omen Shackle items, which are kind of bugged and have a huge hitbox that can trigger illusory walls to open. For number 23, there have been some quality of life updates added in recent patches as well that are proving pretty helpful in their own small ways. A really useful one is this small glowing icon that now appears at the Site of Grace menu. It indicates that you have flask upgrades on hand, so now you know exactly when you have enough sacred tears or golden seeds to craft and upgrade with. For number 24, alongside the flask update, the item description for golden runes now finally says how many runes you'll gain from consuming them. On their description page, it reads that the rune is used to gain X amount of runes, making it a much easier way to consume based on exactly what you need. As far as updates go though, Radahn might be the boss who's undergone the most since the game's release. The Conqueror of Stars is still tough to beat, but there is another way you can approach this fight that will make it a little less difficult. So this video from Limit Breakers shows that you can actually fully defeat Radahn just by using NPC summons. Limit Breakers found that there are 10 banners in the boss arena and that each one has a collection of summon signs beneath it that never changes. In total, there are 41 summon signs, but each one can only be used once. Limit Breaker's helpful graphic really breaks it all down. You should go and watch his video. But basically, Blythe can be summoned 6 times, as can Lionel, Trigoth, and Jeren, although Jeren only appears in Phase 2, which I found interesting because it's basically like he's only joining in on the fight when he knows Radahn is probably going to die. Okina and Finger Maiden Theralina can be summoned 5 times, Alexander can be used 3 times, and Patches can be summoned 4 times, though he kind of just pieces out immediately if you do summon him, which is hilarious. But even without Patches, that's 37 fighters, which is basically an army, and while it does take them a while to chip away at Radahn's health, you can also use buffs like the Commander's Standard to help them out. In the end, the summons can do quite a number on the big guy, which is especially relevant if you're underleveled. Just be ready for quite a long battle. In fact, while you're riding around during this long battle, why not listen to some audiobooks? This month, I'd like to recommend 1Q84 by Murakami, which you can listen to completely free. Just head over to audible.com.
Right, yep. Thanks a lot. I appreciate it. Yes, sir. Alright. The worst talent tree.
And then let's start thinking about which capstones we want. So I think right now for Arcane, you're probably going to want Meteor and like Time Anomaly. So we're going to slot in 2 into Temporal Velocity, which will unlock both of those.
Yep. And then no creativity whatsoever with the last 11 of your points, by the way, unlike what you would do with any other class. Like, I just, dude, I want to show it back to back. Okay, here's the end of every single mage spec, right? And I know I'm like referencing the Shaman tree a lot, but I think it just needs to be addressed how different these two things are depending on what class you play. You hit this, and then it's just no thought. You just pick 2, slam to the end. Dude, I'm just gonna, like, is this Ellie? Like, I'm just gonna do this real quick. It's not gonna take any time at all. Astral Bulwark, slam this, that, Astral Shift, grab the Leech, get Graceful Spirit. At this point, right now, you have basically all the throughput you're ever gonna get on your tree. 16 points out of 31. And then you get strong defenses. You get the Ankh thing. You get Winds of Valakir. You get Gust of Wind. You unlock the bottom. You grab Nature's Swiftness, which you could argue is a damage increase, pretty minor. You have 10 points. None of this stuff is anything you need on any encounter. 10 points. Grab Windrush Totem. Grab Nature's Guardian, something that's pretty relevant all the time. Still skipping most of this stuff. Grabbing AG Mana Spring Totem as soon as it's buffed. You still have 3 points after all this stuff that's optional. You can grab Kick on a Kick Fighter, Mythic Plus. You can grab Cap Totem in both those situations. Based on the dungeon or the pull, you could grab, like, Cleanse Spirit. Like, what is this? And then you guys want to know what you guys do with the last, like, 15 points? You put them in the exact same spot every time, and you never think about anything.
Yeah, the only thing I would add to this is that I could see a situation maybe in, like, AoE where you might actually pick up Ice Nova, simply because that's the only way really to guarantee that you're going to get the benefit of Shatter. And Arcane does have the benefit of having spells that like don't have a travel time, especially like Arcane Surge potentially. So I could maybe see a situation where you'd like Arcane Surge into an Ice Nova and get the Shatter benefit. But I mean, you just have 1 point, right? So you can just really put it wherever.
Troll Despair emote. That needs that tree needs actual Jesus.
Okay. Oh yeah, we're watching a podcast.
Right. Hey everybody, welcome to Comedy Pinata. I'm coming to you from New York City. This is our first New York episode. I thought, what better way to do it? Normally it's at Zanies and Nationals, but I got Mark Norman, Sam Morrell, and Joe Gatto joining me today. Thank you, gentlemen, so much for coming on board Comedy Pinata.
Thank you. Good to be in New York with all the diverse faces out here, you know?
Now, you guys were just raving about Burr's special. I haven't seen it yet.
Yeah. Killer.
Yeah.
Great.
And I assume one of your favorites, obviously.
Sure.
Yeah. Beyond.
Yeah.
You really sold it, Mark.
Well, no, I mean, I thought it's a given. Yeah, he's one of the best working. I mean, there's 8 million comics now, and 9 million suck. So it's nice to have this guy who's still pumping out real comedy.
It's hard to stay at top of your game for 2 specials. He's done it for like what, 7 or something. It's crazy.
Good point.
So. I mean, I remember his half hour on HBO, and I still remember bits from that, like the joke about
that's only the first peasant
why would I want to
killed?
sleep in on a Sunday when we can spend $18 on eggs? I can listen to your friends say, "Is that pesto?" I still remember that bit. Oh, it's asparagus.
Same, the one that I think that's that same special where he goes up to Harlem to meet a girl, and he's like, I don't know where I'm on Danny Glover Boulevard, and we're like, oh, that's brilliant.
Well, that's from what, like 15 years ago?
Maybe, if
probably
that.
more.
Probably more.
I remember he came to my college when I was like 19, and I got to open for him. They let me open.
Wow.
And yeah, because I was
You've been
like
doing stand-up
I was like
college?
a year in. I sucked, and he was so nice.
Yeah.
I was terrified because I respected him so much even back then.
Yeah.
But I remember. Yeah, it was when that Yankee. I forgot. You remember the player who flew the helicopter into Midtown? Forgot the guy's name. Well, anyway, he mentioned
Kobe?
he brought it up to me, and I was like, "Oh, but you're a Red Sox fan, right?" And he goes, "I'm not that big a Red Sox fan."
We used to go to Yankee games together. When you're just young comics, you're killing time. So we went to Yankee games. This is Burr. He's the same way on stage as he is off. Some dude catches a foul ball, right? Catches a foul ball, and there's a kid that was going for it too, right? So the whole section's give it to the kid, give the ball to the kid. And so the guy's not giving the ball to the kid, and eventually it starts swelling, and these people are heckling this guy. He finally stands up, makes a ceremony out of it, and hands the ball to the kid, and the whole session claps. Not Burr. Burr goes, "You caved! You fucking caved! Hey, smoke this! Everybody else is smoking it!" And now Burr is doing crowd work in section 218
Wow.
of Yankee, and he's got the whole section laughing. He's burying this guy. It was one of the craziest things I've ever seen.
Wow.
At Yankee Stadium, getting laughs.
Even in that moment, he can find the cool, funny new angle. That's an original take.
Yeah.
You caved. No one else went that way, but he did.
Teaching this kid that he's just going to get handouts in life, ruining that kid's future. Like, it's like, but give it to me. Everybody's saying it.
And that kid was Donald Trump Jr. Barely got it out.
But yeah, it's funny. I was thinking about like comics when you see them in the wild, and I remember when we did. Well, I did the Joker's Cruise. I remember, and we're stranded in New Orleans at the airport, miserable. I'm with Rich Voss. It's just me and Voss at the airport, and Voss. First off, my flight's delayed like 7 hours. His delayed like 45 minutes.
Yeah.
He's complaining the whole time. I'm like, I'm here all day, dude. I'm hungover.
Yeah.
And then some guy overhears Voss complaining, and the guy says something rude to him. Voss just turns, and I'm like, oh shit. Starts insulting this guy for like 10 minutes straight. A crowd forms around him, and this guy's probably like, who is this 60-year-old man in a pinky ring and a fedora calling me ugly? Like, this is the weirdest. I was dying.
Oh,
damn.
Voss is great. Oh God, who was it? It was who was the last comic to recently pass?
Louis Anderson, Norm,
Saget.
It might have been. I think Saget had just passed that day.
Gilbert.
And we're doing Millhouse's show at Gotham.
Oh, Comedy Juice.
Voss goes up on stage. He's like, yeah, it's good to be here. You guys see Bob Saget? I'm supposed to meet him here. I was like, oh, dude, right already?
I love it. I love that.
Wow, and he had another follow-up line, and it was just like the whole crowd is cringing, and all the comics, of course, are dying in the back. He doesn't give a fuck.
Yeah, there's this weird line with comics where we like that dark shit, but it's sometimes comics will even push it that, where other comics are like, whoa, I didn't know you were going there, but It's
I
kind of
saw
fun.
somebody throw a ketchup bottle at Voss.
Did he catch it? Like a sensei?
Give it to the kid. Give the bottle to the kid.
You caved!
But you were one of the first comics because I'd reach out to you about going out on YouTube that I saw like truly was like impactful. You were one of the first, and now like everybody's doing it. It seems like and even Burr, I was talking to him before this Netflix one. He's like, I think I'll do that.
Really?
I think he was. Look, it's hard to turn away from the money, but he could also make it back.
Yeah.
He's one of the few that could really.
That's
do
true.
It.
He did it before me, but it's true. Like I watch YouTube now, like it's TV, and I see all these comics I've never heard of, and they're like a year in, and they got a special out on YouTube, and I'm like, how about that?
But that is the problem too, is the oversaturation and the fact that like a year in comic can be like, I'm ready. There was something good. I mean, I'm not defending gatekeepers because fuck them, but at the same time, like there's something to be said about having to submit and making sure it's you're crushing. And I don't know, like I waited like 10 years to put my first album out, I think.
Same.
You know, so I mean, I do think like I get it. You wanna get a thing going already, but this lives forever. So
yeah, like during the pandemic, your rooftop special, I thought, wow, that is so fucking cool that you took the onus upon yourself and then did it, and aesthetically, like it looked great too.
Yeah, it looks
that's
good.
Matt Salacuse and Dominic Mole. Like they brought drone cams to a roof, and I was like, this is the dumbest shit I've ever seen. Like I was like, it was.
And then you see the.
Yeah, I had to address it. It's like a loud. I was like doing. I'm in the middle of a bit, and it's like. Yeah, I had to mention it every time it would go up. You know,
Right,
but
here's Al Qaeda.
it looked awesome. Yeah.
Yeah, and then you crowing like, all right, sorry, you were right. It looked great.
No, I knew it would look great. It was just, you know, it's hard to kill on a roof.
Oh yeah.
You know, so I'm already like, you're killing.
Tell that to Clapton. But yeah. All right. You see, I like the dark stuff. But all right.
I was supposed to meet his baby here today. Did something happen? You know, there's something about the roof that where you're like, okay, the laughter's already shitty because there's no walls or ceiling. I'm rusty as hell because it's the pandemic. So I'm doing the roofs every night, but it's not like I'm doing. It's just it's hard to tell which joke is killer. So I look at a few of those jokes. And I'm like, yeah, I probably want to put them in a regular special, but that was like a special pandemic thing, you know?
Yeah.
It was so unique, but at the time, I remember when it came out, like that was all the comics were talking about. It was like, oh my god, that was so cool that you took it upon yourself and released it. And I think that's again one of the great things about where we're at now. It's a double-edged sword. For
sure.
You got a lot of.
I've only seen this special from the production side. I've never. That's got to be nerve-wracking to, like, hearing you guys talk about it. I mean, I'd imagine that I would be super like protective of like you've told these jokes over and over and over again, and as soon as you say one, if it's not the best you've ever said it, you immediately like, oh shit.
Oh yeah,
right?
a lot of that
because
too.
you've done them all. Like I've seen you work a lot of your stuff when we're on the road together, and it's like just sometimes like you want that to be the best time you've ever told it.
Of course.
So I would say it'd just be full of regret. It's gotta be.
There's that too. It's
right?
a gamble. It's definitely a gamble. You hone it. You got to hate the material before you make a special. You got to I just want to put this down and then start fresh.
Yeah.
Yeah, this one I'm about to do one for Amazon. Joe's directing it, but I hate it now because it's been 5 years.
Yeah.
But
Wow.
But it was like everybody.
What is this, Boyhood? Jesus Christ. I said, what is this, Boyhood?
But I was just.
It's a great title.
In the concept so much, but it took a while to sell because it's different. Like the concept is basically it's a talk show, but I'm the only one on the talk show. So talk shows are 20 minutes of kind of like one-liners. And then you have 20 minutes of panel, which is storytelling. Basically, you know, you guys know when you do it. Who tells a story? And then the last 20 minutes is traditional stand-up by the band.
You should call it 3 mics.
Well, Kevin Brendan's going to sell merch. I still think that's hilarious that he sells merch that says Neil Brennan has AIDS.
Is that right? Is that what it is?
Geez.
Wow.
Damn. So crazy.
If I was Neil, I'd be like, great, get my name out there. That's something. That's exposure.
No bad publicity.
But a lot of these young cats, and not to sound like old man Norman, I mean, you've been doing comedy 48 years, but, you know, anonymity is your friend. But when you're new, you're just like, I got to get out there. I need some attention. I need something. You're craving because you feel so lonely and lost, and it's this big sea of people who don't know you. So you want to put something out because a lot of comics just want the glory. You can see, like, I'm doing my album. Now I'm having the album release party.
Sure, yeah.
Now it's on vinyl, whatever. And you're like, but it stinks.
Yeah.
What about
Wait.
that part? Wait. No rush.
Especially people that are like a year in, like filming their sets and then I'm like, don't put it out there. Don't wait.
Yeah.
Wait at least like 10 years until you.
Well, it's tough because they're trying to get work, but you're right. I mean, that's the thing is, you're going to be a different comic in a year.
Oh, yeah.
You're going to be a different comic in 6 months. So
Oh, yeah.
this lives forever. Look, if you have a little of that stuff out there, that's fine. But
Sure.
I'm just saying, putting out a full-length special when you're
Right.
brand new, it's
Yeah.
like you're going to, like, I hate my specials that are like recent. You know what I mean?
exactly.
Like, you're going to hate your shit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, let's get into it. Let's. So, you know, in Nashville, it's a different setup, but we're doing it off of Jiggy's laptop, so we're gonna watch these clips here together. And who's number one? First.
Isn't there a big review?
No, it's in envelopes. We're doing it. Rodney Dangerfield.
Hey.
I'll tell you, he's all right. You know, he's all right. Good teacher, really seems to
Did you guys
care.
work Dangerfield's before?
Oh, yeah. Great room, but tough group.
Yeah.
The worst.
I remember I did an audition there, and I did okay.
Yeah.
And Linda Rowe was like, "You did pretty well, but I don't think you'll do well here." And I was like, "I think you're right." It was like weird to do well, and then be like, "Yeah, I don't think I'm right for this room."
Talk about bridge and tunnel. That
Yeah.
was crazy.
Literally,
Bridge and
it's
tunnel.
by the bridge.
Yes, yeah.
And the tunnel.
But that's where they
That's
filmed all
true.
those specials in the '80s, like Seinfeld and Dice, and
Hicks.
Bill Hicks,
Young
Carol
Comedian
Leifer, and like
Yeah.
those are classic. I love those.
Yeah, I bought those and I went back and like Dom Irera, for example,
So
like,
good.
still holds up. It's a set he could do today.
Wow.
Robert Schimmel, dude.
Schimmel had a great one.
Opens the set by going, "I heard a guy got arrested for animal necrophilia. How do you plead for that?" "Oh, I'm sorry, Your Honor. I thought the cat was alive while I was fucking it." That's your opener. That's insane.
He was a beast.
One of the great. I got to open for him a handful of times before he passed, and I was, you're just so nervous, and I revered him so much, and then you find he's like the nicest, sweetest guy off stage.
Yeah.
And that always stuck with me, and he like got me gifts and stuff.
Ah.
What a nice dude.
Yeah.
Just a total sweetheart. Bummer. All right, let's watch Dangerfield here.
Oh, he's maybe holds up better than any comic ever.
Yeah, timeless. Yep.
He opened a folder.
Uh-oh.
A folder open.
Careful.
You have to hit play. You're the worst.
Jiggy, why is there a kibasa and a high heel shoe?
Why does it say 16-year-olds?
Drives me nuts. She was afraid of the dark. She saw me naked. Now she's afraid of the light. I'll tell you. That's all right. That's all right. No, I tell you, actually, I shouldn't tell jokes about my wife. I mean, she's attached to a machine that keeps her alive. The refrigerator. I'll tell you, my wife, she can't cook either. My house, we pray after we eat. I bought a pressure cooker. Now I eat off the ceiling. What a lousy cook. I don't think meatloaf should glow in the dark. I mean, she can't cook at all. She made chocolate mousse and antler got stuck in my throat. I'll tell you my trouble. I got the wrong doctor. You know my doctor, Dr. Vinnie Boombas.
Everywhere you heard he wants to kiss and make you feel better, I'll tell you.
Doctor, every day I wake up, I look in the mirror, I want to throw up. What's wrong with me? He said, I don't know, but your eyesight is perfect. Are you kidding? Are you kidding? I know I'm ugly. I asked the bartender to make me a zombie. Told me God beat him to it.
Wow.
The king.
Man.
The king. So quick.
Yeah.
The
best.
The only downside of Rodney, the one downside is that every 56-year-old guy goes, well, Rodney didn't make it till 51. And you're like, he's not you, though.
Right.
But
that's
yeah,
what I love
the king.
about those Tonight Show sets, though, is like entertainment was still communal. And when he mentions Dr. Vinnie Boombas, I mean, the place goes nuts.
Yeah.
You know it's coming.
Right.
I miss that because now if you do the Tonight, it's like it doesn't matter like it used to then. And
Yes.
everybody knew that the bits that were coming, or just Rodney himself, and then he goes. Sometimes his panel killed harder than the actual set.
Oh yeah.
Because he's just doing the same shit, but now he's talking to Carson.
Right,
It's the
exactly.
same. I mean, he's not. That's the thing about Rodney's stand-up. It's always the same.
Yeah.
Always.
I mean, even in movies, you're like, he's just the way he talks.
That's true.
Hey, you're tall and fat. Well, you're short and ugly. All right, like it's the same rhythm the whole time.
Yeah. My thing is like I think sometimes when you see a comic that's just one gear, I wonder, like, would I enjoy that for 60 minutes?
Well, his albums are like 40, and he does crowd work in between to mix it up, right?
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, crowd work it would mix. So then I'd be back on board.
Yeah, the crowd work's definitely got to, because you get to insult live. That's the best stuff. Right? He's just got a, I'm sure, a cannon of stuff.
And he's got one gear, but not in a bad way. A lot of comics, you know, they just tell their jokes. If the room's rowdy, they just keep telling. If the room's soft, they just keep telling them. They almost need a perfect setup. Excuse me, a little semen. But he at Chipotle, that sour cream.
You two should go get a room. Then he walks past a fat couple making that, goes, you two should go get a warehouse. It's like, that's gold.
That's great.
One of my favorite stories Tony told me, the old manager owner at Dangerfields, I would just drill him. I'd be, please tell me stories. Tell me anything. And he told me at the Caddyshack premiere, you know, Chevy Chase pulls up in a limousine and gets out, and everybody leaves and pictures, and then Bill Murray pulls up and everybody leaves, and then this tow truck pulls up. This piece of shit car behind it, and Dangerfield gets out. And even like at the premiere, he made a joke out of that.
Wow.
Wow.
That's great.
So brilliant.
Anybody that, you know, when you tear into people so well, it's so great to see them turn around on the self-deprecation and do it so well.
Yes.
Like, you know, the jokes, even though if you look at them, you're like, oh, if you look at them on paper, they're nowhere near as good as when he just delivers them. And the self-deprecation is like probably the best out of anybody.
Easily. And, you know, you see, this is what, 78 or something? Who knows? Late 70s. You see these young Shandling, young Louis Anderson, Leno, Seinfeld. They're good. You can see, like, this guy's going to be great. He's got potential. But against that, you can't touch it. It's a whole nother class.
Yeah.
The best is...
It's like me sitting on this panel.
You're the richest one.
Hey, money ain't everything, buddy.
If we do practical jokes in the street, you're going to fucking bury us. You'll bury us, dude.
Oh, look out. Stand back.
My favorite Dangerfield... There's one where it says, like, you know, on YouTube, like, Dangerfield crushes, like Johnny Carson. Like, Johnny Carson is crying.
Yeah.
And you see Dangerfield, and he looks, I don't know, it's almost like he looks sad. Like, he's not even enjoying it, or maybe he's, like, thinking about the next joke or whatever. But it was just weird, because I'd seen that clip so many times, and I was like, I wonder if he's enjoying this.
It's hard, though, for an audience that big. It's hard. People always say, have fun out there. It's work. Like, well, how many people do you think he was playing to on that show alone? Like, tens of millions, right?
Oh, yeah.
My favorite line in this set, too, he's like, oh, I'm dating this girl. She's so ugly. She's so ugly. I took her to the pier. The fisherman said, hey, what bait you use?
Wow.
Damn. And he makes it look easy. Like, you ever sit down and try to write one of those? It's hard.
Yeah.
And he's got 1,000 of them.
Yeah.
All right, who we got number 2 here? It is Bruce.
Oh,
nice.
Little Bruce. Any thoughts on Bruce?
I just read in Segura's book, he does a story about sitting next to Bruce in first class when he got upgraded, and I guess Christina did not. And just, I guess in the story, someone went up to Bruce and was like, do you want any candy? And he was like, do you know that person? He was like, no. He's like, people just offer you candy. Like, that's his life. Like, he's just, people love Bruce. I've seen his stuff a little bit, and it's very funny, but I'm not as familiar.
That's the life I want. I want people to just come and give me candy. Like, I want to sign up.
I think he was host on Comic View for a little bit.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm not as familiar. But the people at Zanies love him, so I've seen a few clips of his, and he destroys. So
yeah, he murders.
Let's see a little Bruce.
Close the folder, Jiggy, and then.
Oh, look at that!
Wow, fur coat.
What the hell you doing sitting in the aisle? Hey, good doctor, you all right? What's happening, baby? Yeah, don't you let that big weight fool you. I need me a good woman. I need me a woman that's down with me. I need a woman that'll help me beat the child support system. Or show me how. You know what I'm saying? Man, I've been paying in the rears for 13 years. What is the rears? That means you behind. Am I lying? None of my kids look like me. None of them. My daughter looks just like a mechanic. Come by the house. He always tell me something wrong with the car. I go to work, you know. I got 3 kids. All they triplets. 123, 120, and 119. I got a baby mama. Anybody got a baby mama? My baby mama can lie so good. You be almost convinced. We went to court, the judge said, that's what happened. I said, yeah, I believe that's what happened. No. I'm confused. My fault, player. I wore that coat out here because I saw somebody come out here dressed alike. Oh my God. What is that? It looks good on you, baby. Don't take it off. It looks good on you. I'm not gonna bother you. She's skinny here. People always think when you sit in the front row, he sit in the front row, he gonna talk about you. It don't matter. You can sit in the bathroom. I'll get you. See, we got some white people here. Hey, white people, how you doing? Good to see you. I'm not gonna bother you. White people cool, but I like rednecks. I like rednecks. You catch them at the walk house, you'll see them. Go out there, be four Ford trucks out there. How you doing? Pretty good. Goddamn, pretty good. I'll tell you what, boy, them fucking rappers are just about losing their fucking mind, boy.
It's a good redneck.
Some rednecks, come on in here, Billy. You know they in there because they got dogs on the truck barking. He ain't gonna mess with you unless I tell him. Settle down, bitch. That's right, buddy. I wouldn't take nothing for it. I wouldn't drive nothing but a Ford. F-O-R-D, period. I wouldn't drive a Chevrolet because I can't spell it.
All right, Jake. You got it. Yeah.
We get it.
The only thing I'm thinking is how
hot is he gonna be?
In a mink
Oh my
coat?
God.
Every black comic is like dabbing their forehead with a rag. He didn't need a rag.
He
I'm
did.
so confused. He's a fur coat. He didn't need not one bead of sweat.
No. I sweat from my face. Like that's where I sweat.
Me
I don't
too.
Get, I don't get pits. I don't get anything. My undercarriage is fine. I just get my face, and I hate that about me. And I get so jealous when people aren't like look like they have Vaseline all over themselves when they're performing. That's what I look like. I hate that. I could never perform in a mink coat.
No, it's
and look
insane.
that good, to be honest.
Right.
I look great.
He looks comfortable in it, which is like, yeah, you got to perform how you're comfortable. You
Yeah.
threw a suit on us. Mark and I were like, what are we doing? You know what I mean? But he's in a mink coat, doesn't give a shit. It's very free flowing too. It's like it's a little like his comedy style and is like very ADD, which is pretty funny. I love the line about I'll get you if you're in the bathroom. I don't give a shit. Like that's
great.
I like how he used his body. His redneck was great. He became like with the the stand stuff. That was fun.
Yeah, I've seen bits of his where he's just on point and he's in the fifth gear and he's just driving through the joke. But to your point, I like that he was. I think he was just like. Just that to me was like a normal club set where you're just kind of
He's browsing.
in the middle of your
He's
set.
browsing.
Right,
Yeah, like, looking around, like, who are we gonna get here? Yeah.
Putting people into it, which is kind of fun.
And I bet he turns it on eventually because he's probably setting up and, a slow build. And then I bet he was going to machine gun it.
Yeah. It seemed like the first 5 minutes of the set.
Yeah, that's like pro shit too. When you're like, I'll get it. Just let me just ease in. He seems like he's easing into something.
Yeah, that's like a 1,000-seat venue in that clip, or like 1,500 somewhere in there, and he's just busting on the security guy, busting on that person. Yeah, I think he's probably right.
Oh yeah. Bad choice of clip.
All this could be said as bad choice of clip.
Who do we got number 3 here?
I'll say number 2 in case you just want to take that whole thing out.
That's right. Attell.
There we go.
I mean, the problem is, I'm sure Mark and I know every joke in this clip.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Oh, I mean, he's our favorite.
I mean, beyond he did. I saw him at Zany's. He was performing at Zany's. I went down and watched him, and he had this line. It was so him, but it was fucking great. And and the bit was, I called my wife. I got in the car. Like, you got to hear this joke. You got to hear this joke. It was so good because I didn't want to forget it, and it was so relevant and in the news. And it was just his way. He's like, yeah, I'm dating this girl, and I wish I could do his cadence, right? But he's like, yeah, I was gonna fly this girl out to come see the show out of Texas, but her flight got canceled, so I guess we're gonna have that baby.
Wow!
Now, I guess we're gonna keep it.
His Confederate flag joke. That's one of my favorite.
So great.
lines.
So great.
He's maybe the best. like if you could see one comic in a club, like who's not picking Attell?
Oh.
Who's not picking? Because he's the best off the cuff. His jokes are perfect.
He is the most underrated.
Easily.
Working. I don't know why he's not. He should be in arenas.
It's probably
does he
his
want to
fault.
be? Yeah, I don't know if he wants it.
He's a weirdo, and he's got such low self-esteem. And he's like, I'm an old hack, and you're like, no, what are you crazy? But he really believes he's like a supermodel who's gorgeous, who looks in the mirror and she's like, I'm so fat, this needs to go, and you're like, you're perfect.
He is the. In my mind, he's like the greatest working comic right now.
Easily.
Yeah, I think Mark and I say this like constantly. I mean, the way you called your wife, I can't tell you how many times Mark and I have just texted each other because we're watching Attell, and I'm like, you need to hear this. I need to tell you this joke. I remember we're watching him one night at the Cellar, and Dave Chappelle just like peeks over Mark's shoulder to start watching Dave Attell next to us, and Mark turns around and goes, do you like Dave? And Chappelle just goes, yeah, I think he's probably the best. Like that's such a cool moment that Dave Chappelle is like, yeah, Dave is the funniest.
Oh yeah.
Jesus Christ.
But isn't that how all art is? This one grizzled weirdo guy who everybody reveres, but then there's the shiny, cool guy that we all prop up, on TV.
Yeah.
I think that's kind of how it always goes.
There's enough room for everybody, and Cream Rise. But I just feel like Dave Attell is the greatest working comic. And even I had friends last night, and they came and hung out. I'm like, you've got to see this.
Yeah.
Come down. And they all walked out. They're like, that was the fucking greatest. Yeah.
It's the greatest. He's the Muddy Waters. Like Mick Jagger's up there, but then Muddy Waters walks in. He's like, oh my God, you're here. He's like that old blues guy down in the swamp that no one knows about.
And I still think it's great. He still does the 1 o'clock spot.
Yes.
Like, at his age, you'd think, okay, you want to do the 8 o'clock at some point?
Nah, I'll scare him. It's too early. It's too early.
Too well lit. I remember we did a gig once years ago. We're driving back. I was opening for him. He was always really generous. He'd bring you on at the end and try to, and I was terrified because he's Dave Attell. He's the best. Yeah. And there's just no way to keep up. But he doesn't. If you fail, he saves you. Like he'll keep it on track.
Right.
He's bored with his act because he's such a great writer. He's like, I just want to challenge myself. We're driving back and he's like, oh, I'm such a hack. I'm such a fucking hack. And I was like, Dave, we all think you're the best. He goes, well, I'm better than you guys.
Of course you do.
Let's watch a little
He's
of
the
Dave
best.
Attell.
I mean, he really, and he's a great guy on top of that too.
The nicest.
Yeah.
Even when I went to visit him in Nashville, I was going to watch him, and I think like it takes a lot. At my age, especially with kids and a wife, it's just like to leave my house and drive 20 minutes to go to a comedy club and just watch somebody. Like he's one of the few I would get in my car to watch.
Yeah.
And I'm just sitting there and I'm like, and we're just catching up. He's like, you should go up. I'm like, Dave, I'm here to watch you, man. I really am. I just want to watch you. He's like, hey, go up. And I'm like, there's still a part of me like that is withdrawing myself, even though I've been doing this like over 20 years. Like, I can't believe Dave Attell's asking me to do a show. And it's just like, it's still like, even though I'm a comic and like I'm friends with him, and I'll text him. We're still like, there's still that.
Of
Part of me,
course.
that 22-year-old that just passed at the Cellar. Like, I can't believe I'm doing this. This is crazy.
Hell yeah.
And then I watch him, and I'm not a comic.
Right.
I'm just a
Spectator,
person watching a fucking phenomenal comic, and sometimes you're watching a comic and you're like, I see what you did there. I know.
Yeah, of course.
Here it comes. Yeah.
Attell, it's just like I'm just a person watching.
There's a level when some people are doing that. Exactly. You feel like you're paying customer.
I'm an audience member.
You're like, where's my second drink?
Yeah, you laugh like you're a kid. I did a show with him at the Improv in LA and it's like weird for either of us to be in LA, but both of us at the same time. It was in Netflix's The Joke Fest, and he was closing the show, so I just sat in the crowd and watched, and I was like, oh man, you feel like a kid. You're laughing so hard. It's it's like you realize like, oh my God, this guy's just giving so many people joy.
Yes.
Yeah.
And he's just gifted. I saw him at the Cellar not too long ago, and he's like, I know, which is already funny. He goes, I know what you're thinking. I look like I own a GameStop in Syria. Like, how did you think of that? That's brilliant. Like he's not just a great writer and a funny guy, but he's like with this weird whimsical. Like that Cracker Barrel joke is kind of whimsical and fantastical in a weird way.
It's like his mind is filled with like, we could have done a whole ep on Attell.
Yeah, I know.
His mind is filled with like, carnivals and little people and like balloons, and you're like, your mind is here.
You just see that. Right? It's just a Ferris wheel and
it's just
carnival games.
It's like a funny Tim Burton.
Yes, that's perfect.
Well, let's watch Attell here.
Taco Bell is great. It really is. Cholito, that's your favorite? We gotta think. I didn't say let's scream out shit that's open, did I? This isn't TRL, fuckos, all right?
He's still drinking at this point, I think.
Oh, yeah.
It's like a fat man's request channel. Cholitos! No, we're talking about drinking here. Let me tell you something. Legally drunk is what? 0.08. Let me tell you what a 1.7 looks like. I'm outside of my car blowing my own muffler as the cops cheer me on. Yeah. When's America's Funniest Home Video gonna play that tape? What's that? Swallow the cum and tell me what you said. Go ahead. Sorry, guys. You're not playing with kids here. I didn't know this was comedy show / yell shit out. It is, isn't it? It sure is. You've been here 2 times already? You're the guys who came from Madison, Wisconsin. All right, I love to be pointed at a woman, especially when I'm not on trial. That's the one. That's Kobe.
God, it's babysitting these drunks.
Yeah. Where is it?
You're from
Kentucky,
where?
I think.
Don't you two have to be on the Maury Povich show tomorrow?
Oh my
Maury
God.
Povich says you're my daddy. Wisconsin, that's fucking cold up there. You must just be glad to be out of the house. Sitting in a fucking house, snowed in, that radiator hissing at you. In the beginning, he's just hissing. Then the racial slurs start. A new joke.
Oh, we got a new one in.
Snowstorm. I was almost killed in a snowstorm. I wasn't driving. I was attacked by a group of albinos. Yes! I couldn't see them coming. I thought it was hail.
I love when he enjoys himself.
Yeah. Yes,
'Cause
yes.
It's so rare you see him like genuinely laugh.
Definitely.
Oh,
It's a hell gig. It's tough to like. You never want to
Totally.
see a comic in a hell gig except to tell.
Yes.
And it's like even then you want to see him for a crowd that appreciates him. But like, god damn, just watching him zing people, you just see it's like Yoda in that Star Wars movie where he takes out the lightsaber and you're like, holy shit.
Yes, yes, exactly.
Arsenal of weapons that he,
Oh,
that
my
he
God.
just is chucking out. It's fucking great.
And I hate to say it, this is going to sound sacrilegious in a way, but like we've watched Bruce, we watched Rodney, we're dying at Rodney. This is a different kind of dying. I mean, I was keeling over in the beginning of like, there's something more to Dave. Like Rodney has great jokes, great timing, great delivery. Dave is just, he just embodies funny.
Yeah.
Yes.
I'm nerding out here, but you know what I mean? There's something more
Mark
there.
and I like have bonded. I mean, when we like first became friends, we like there were comics we bonded over, and Attell was like top of the list. He's so funny, and he also, I mean, that joke he did about like I'm blowing the muffler while the cops cheer me on. When's that going to be on America's Funniest Home Videos? Like it keeps any other comic would have ended at muffler. He kept it going.
Exactly.
And again, it was the AFV line is so like of all the things you could cherry pick out of the sky, it's like fuck,
There's
it's so good.
There's some comics that you watch and you're excited to hear what they're going to say next, and I think it tells that. Like you're just like he just went and you're like and you keep going, and then you just did something like when they interrupted, you're like oh shut up, like you got mad. The crowd interrupted.
Of course,
you know, like, wanted to do it,
But he
there's
still handled it.
Yeah, but there's something about like you're so excited about to watch the words that are about to come out of your mouth. You're on the edge of your seat watching them.
Yeah.
Right.
But there's so many gears.
Yes.
Again, like even in that, and you're hearing like there's 8 different voices going on.
I know.
And he drops a new joke in.
Yeah.
On top of it, right? He's just like, oh, I'll put this in here too, right? You know, it's
Amazing.
crazy.
In that hellhole of that obstacle course of alcoholics, he was still dropping stuff.
And that's the beauty of stand-up is that, like, you know, some nights you're in SF, some nights you're in Chicago, some nights you're in Kentucky, some nights you're in West Palm. Like, you're everywhere. You're forced to entertain people from all walks of life, and Attell is a master of that.
Oh, my God.
He can connect to anyone.
Yeah.
Just because, as Mark is saying, funny is just funny.
Yeah, I think you know, even if you've never been to a comedy club, because you see that all the time at the Cellar, right? It's like, oh, this is my first show ever. It's like, do you realize what you just saw?
Yeah.
You almost want to say that. So one of my friends last night had never been to the Cellar or seen a tell, and then I literally, I'm like, right? Like you know,
yeah,
something
exactly.
you're like,
Told you.
and it's just like, right? We're and like, yeah, of course. Yeah.
I know. I was at the Cellar. This is years ago, and I brought my friend he's a comedy nerd, but he doesn't do comedy. And I had him on the little seats at the Cellar, and Dave Attell walked out. He goes, "What are you drinking, sir?" And he goes, "I'm drinking a cider." And Dave goes, "Ah, cider, the gateway to pottery." The crowd laughs. It gets a good laugh. But my friend looked at me like, what is that? It's like another level of comedy.
Yeah.
And he was blown away.
It's like his brain just factors out the hacky line always, and he always has the wittiest line. I remember there was 3 people come out, in the bathroom at the Comedy Cellar. You have to walk through the crowd. Yeah. 3 people walk out. They all have glasses on, and Dave goes, "What is that? A nerd portal?" I mean, how?
I know.
How are you that quick?
Yeah. He had like 3 minutes on butt plugs.
Yeah.
And he just went. He intros it with, as I call it, the devil's doorknob. I was fucking keeled over and crying as the bit's going, and I'm hearing the joke he's doing now about the devil's door, but I'm still laughing about the devil's doorknob.
Yeah, exactly.
And I'm like, please stop! Like, stop! I'm gonna die.
Yeah. And he has this weird delivery where you know that he thinks everything's a sham. I don't know. There's something about his delivery where it's so dripping with sarcasm.
Yeah.
You know, and it makes everything funnier. You know, like even just I know.
Yeah.
That doesn't mean anything. But it's so I don't know. It's hard to wrap your head around how funny he is just talking, not even jokes.
I think there's certain people like this is a complete opposite end of the pendulum here. I'm not putting him at the, but Bobby Lee is somebody that just is. He's got like funny in his bones.
Yeah.
The way he walks, the way he talks, yells, anything he says is going to be funny because it's him. And there's very few people. But again, I think to your point, like Attell is totally like that.
Right.
Every ounce of it.
You know Will Sylvince?
Of course.
He's this black guy with a huge beard. He's kind of shaggy looking. And he kept heckling Dave. And Dave goes, "Easy, Captain Phillips." But just to go easy is already funny. You know? So he's got the whole package.
It's almost like lyrical. Like the way he speaks, you're like, as Mark was saying, it's like a cynical detective or something. Where you're like you could just picture him like finding a body. Like, she was young, wasn't she?
Exactly.
I almost want to see like a cop show, but it's like Colin Quinn and Dave Attell. Because Quinn had that cop show, and I think Attell was on one.
Yeah.
But I mean, like, when you think of the New York comedy Godfathers, the names that pop in are Attell and Colin Quinn.
Oh yeah.
That's the reason New York has a good comedy scene.
100%.
Is because when you have legends like that, it drips down, and you form a culture, and people see like, oh, that's how you're supposed to be a comic.
Yeah, I remember when I first passed, I was enamored by Jim Norton.
Yeah,
oh really?
Great.
I was
so
like,
quick.
Great stand-up.
I was like, I have nothing in common with him. Anything he's saying, like, who can relate to that? But he is so honest.
Yeah.
And so fucking great. He's one of my favorites of all time.
Yo,
I love
those are
Norton.
actually
And I was always-
selling for
I was
that
always like,
much?
wait, if I could
Why?
ever just
What
get
the
to that
fuck?
where I'm that honest with
That's
myself.
crazy.
And my comedy, I'd
just
be
gonna
so
fucking
proud.
bend
It took
over
me
now.
so long.
Really?
But he just had it, right? He just, I don't know, he's got that ability where he's just...
He really
and,
does.
And even when you're talking to him off stage, he's so nice, but he's so intelligent.
He really is a brilliant guy.
He might be one of the
Another
smartest
one of the
guys.
quickest wits ever. I mean, incredible on radio as well. But Mark and I were actually just talking about Norton because we're saying, like, it's funny that, like, those kind of leftist publications don't give Norton the love. He's never, like, one of those comics for being honest. And it's like, who is more honest? Like, what's funny is he's talking about shit that, like, no one's talking about, like being with trans women and stuff.
Sure, before it was cool, by the way.
He was doing this, like, 10 years ago. Yeah. And, you know, as if anyone would just do that for the attention. I'm trying to get a write-up.
Here's something, guys.
But Jim really is just, you're right, he's as authentic as they come, and no one ever writes, like, I mean, yeah, he gets write-ups, he's a great stand-up, but, like, that side doesn't have like the salon.coms, the
No,
Jezebels.
yeah.
They never give him his flowers, and I think he really deserves them.
Beyond, I completely agree with you. And I was at this cellar recently, and I watched his set, and I knew he was going to talk about his relationship. And I'm watching a table of like dudes, like bridge and tonal dudes, and I'm like, I wonder how this is going to go. Killing, killing, and that's again to the point of like, wow, I think he's just putting it so out there. And who wouldn't think to be inhibited and keep that to yourself, right?
Of course.
Those are the best. But my God, to make those guys laugh as hard as they did, I was like, wow, it's fucking great.
For a guy that honest, it would hurt more to keep that in and not talk about it.
I agree with you. Yeah,
You know,
That's a great
he's
point.
that. I mean, I think of like those guys, those tough crowd guys. You know, Colin,
Patrice, and Geraldo,
Patrice, Geraldo, Keith Robinson. There is an honesty to all of them, and that's they're so. I mean, I didn't know Patrice, and neither did Mark. You know. I remember we went to see Geraldo live at time.
Comics.
You know, great show. But there is like an honesty that the way they interacted with each other that you're like, oh my God, that would make my skin crawl, I think.
Right?
Yeah, totally.
Well, I'll tell you, when I first passed there, that was like the table was the table, and those guys were holding court every night. And as a young comic, I was so like, you know, appreciative of them and stuff. But then after like years of them just being toxic and shitty to each other, it got to a point where I was like, I can't be around this anymore. So I'd always just sit at the bar.
Oh, really?
And I would just be away from it because it was just nightly. And like, you know, hey, Lego head hair, you know, when I walk in, or if I grew my facial hair, hey, AIDS beard, and just like, all right, we get it. Just, you know.
There's literally no mix and match you can do without getting destroyed.
But
Yeah.
it was just like, you're getting destroyed nightly. And looking back on it now, I was like, you're a fucking bitch. You should have just sat there and enjoyed every second of it because there were so many lines you've missed now because I was like tired of it. But
we do romanticize that ball busty era, but there are downsides. It's like Hemingway, you know, you're like, oh, he's out banging these broads and fist fighting, but I'm sure he was crying a lot at home, you know, hungover.
He did not seem like a happy guy.
No, exactly.
Killed himself at what, 61?
Yeah, with
You
a
know,
shotgun.
I mean, we do Mark's right. We romanticize the hell out of this shit, and then there are quality of life decisions you have to make.
Yeah,
where you're like,
for sure.
Do I need to be fully insulted every night?
How bad do I need to feel about myself? Let's see.
Get drunk on the road and go to this house party at 4 in the morning.
Yeah.
Do I? I don't know if I do, but
Well, sometimes I will I'll make toxic life choices just because I'm like, I need a new act.
you gotta put yourself in the scenario.
Yeah,
you gotta jump in the pool.
Well, the words of Jim Jeffries, no great story ever started with, so I had a salad.
all right, well, let's get to our last clip. It's One of Us, and this will be Mark.
I'm gonna take a
And
quick
this makes
shit.
sense.
Okay, now you wait outside. And then
My producer back in Nashville, George, loves both of you guys, and
I had no shot. I had no shot.
I had no shot. So I'm sure this was a coin flip for him, but we always just do one. So let's watch a clip of you, and I'm sure you're gonna.
I wonder.
know how old or how current this
I'm
is.
wondering. I've seen. I think all of Mark's late night sets. He's done so many, but I'd say I've definitely seen them all.
I hope
I wonder what we're doing.
Not too old.
Oh, I hope it's
you
your
look like
first
you're
Conan.
bracing for like a car crash.
Well, I don't like seeing me anyway, let alone, even if it's a good clip, I don't like seeing it. So I don't want to
let's
see how
check it
bad
out.
this one is.
A true comic.
Oh,
my God! I remember. I've seen the set.
Yeah. 27.
Does anyone else have that one friend where you go out to a bar to try to meet girls, and like 20 minutes into it, they just go, screw this, let's go to a strip club. I don't get that much. You know, to me, that's like going fishing, not catching anything, and being like, screw this, let's go to the aquarium. It's the same thing. Like, I'm not a big strip club guy. You know, strippers are just a big tease to me. Like, I look at strippers the same way I look at fire alarms. You know, I'm like, oh man, I really want to touch that.
The pause.
But I know if I do, I'll delete the building.
That's a great joke.
That's a good joke.
That's a classic.
That's a great joke.
I do like to hit the sauce pretty hard. Quite the booze hound. I was at a bar the other night, and there were a couple girls at the bar flirting with guys just for the free drink.
Is one of my favorite jokes.
They weren't going to put out. They won those drinks. Pretty good. Makes you wonder. You think there's ever been any smart kids out there who would flirt with pedophiles? just for the candy. Hey, Timmy, don't talk to that guy. He's a child molester. I know what I'm doing.
That's like a top 5 Norman joke for me. That's like a top 5 Norman joke for me. That's one of my all-time.
Are a creepy bunch.
My mom will quote that joke sometimes.
Really?
Yeah, my mom thinks that's a hilarious joke.
The words change with age. To a kid, to an adult, they become creepy. Like to a kid, creepy's like spooky, like a cemetery is creepy. To an adult, creepy's like a guy on a bus who winks at you while eating a banana. Totally changed.
Sorry, buddy.
Hey, I mean, Mark, that's what is that? So that's from what, 2010 or something?
Something like that, yeah.
I mean, it's killer.
Oh, thanks.
To have a joke 10 years old and at 27 to have a joke that I wish I had a joke that good.
Oh, well, I mean,
that's a killer joke.
Killer joke. Killer. Killer joke. Killer joke. You gotta kill a joke. Bro, where is this guy that I have to kill? Blacksmith Vitican. I don't believe it spawns. I don't believe it. I think it's fake. I have another point. Yeah, I guess we keep tossing it into conviction for now. I don't know. What do we put here? Alright. Yep, that's cool. Yes, that happens. Well, anyways.
Oh, look at that! Another major online outage that means you can't book travel, find a date, or order that refill of toilet paper you so desperately need. Seriously, send help. If it seems to you like many of the sites you depend on are going down more frequently, you're definitely not alone. But it's not like Facebook and Amazon are running on Windows Vista, so why the heck do these multi-billion-dollar services seem so unreliable? It might be easy to blame some of the high-profile outages we've seen over the past few years on the COVID pandemic, due to the huge amount of load placed on cloud servers from folks working from home or otherwise staying in. I mean, it's a lot of Zoom calls. But while stay-at-home orders and remote work did play a part, critical services experiencing downtime was already becoming an all too frequent problem before the pandemic. And it's still a big concern even now that much of the world is trying to get back to normal. But like most wide-scale problems, there are many things at play. For starters, round-the-clock internet usage became very common very quickly. Think about the explosion in always connected IoT devices. People leaving high-def videos playing all night so they can fall asleep to them, and massive game and software downloads that often take place while users are in bed. These things just weren't that common only 10 years ago, but the explosion in net traffic since then has overloaded infrastructure that was only designed to handle peak traffic during certain hours of the day. But with all the resources that big tech has, why does this problem seem to be getting worse instead of getting better? We'll tell you right after we thank FreshBooks, the invoicing and accounting solution spend sorting through invoices and keeping track of financials. Plus, 94% of FreshBooks users say it's super easy to get up and running, and with award-winning support, you're never alone. Switch to FreshBooks today and join over 24 million people who have used it and loved it. Try FreshBooks free for 30 days, no credit card required by going to freshbooks.com/techquickie and get started today. So the fact that big tech is so, well, big is actually part of the issue here. Even though the internet is a pretty big place, there are actually a fairly small number of services that help run a huge number of sites. For example, Amazon Web Services provides back-end cloud computing for everything from your Netflix recommendations to your Roomba vacuum to your Venmo account to even your airline reservations. And of course, AWS has had numerous outages that have made headlines with causes as diverse as server cooling failures, nasty weather, overloaded systems, and DDoS attacks. Amazon does have redundancies built in, but even so, the fact that one company helps support so much net traffic leaves one very obvious point of failure for lots of services that you didn't even know were reliant on Amazon, or one of its few large-scale competitors, like Microsoft Azure or Google Cloud. And to top it all off, your ISP is routing much of this traffic over cable lines that haven't received upgrades to improve capacity in a very long time, which can lead to congestion in the last mile of wiring that goes to your house. And there isn't even enough fiber on the back end right now to keep up with projected increases in data usage, especially as mobile carriers continue to roll out 5G. So until cloud systems become more secure and more redundant, and telecom providers build out better infrastructure, I would not count on 100% uptime. But the good news is that these outages give you an excuse to stop mindlessly scrolling through your phone and go touch some grass. Thanks for watching, guys. If you like this video, hit like, hit subscribe, and hit us up in the comment section with your ideas of topics that we should cover in the future.
This is the biggest scam we've ever covered. This is insane. This ghost town of a warehouse is filled with active build tickets, dozens of power supplies, video cards locked in cages, and there are several areas where it's as if it was frozen in time. Build stations remain as in-progress work sites. Even the employees' drinks and lunch were left behind. And bins remain partially unpacked from a team that was once excited to move into this brand new multi-million-dollar warehouse that was customized for them. The computers you're seeing, those are still due to customers today, including some who are probably watching this video right now. We got inside of the foreclosed Artesian Builds offices in what turned out to be one of our biggest investigations yet, as we try to unearth what went wrong for many of the customers who got screwed by Artesian Builds. This video is brought to you by us and store.gamersnexus.net. This is our most in-depth investigative journalism piece yet, and to commemorate the death of Artesian and our deep dive, we're launching a new limited edition PC component skeletal shirt. This shirt is in our limited line of ultra shiny foil shirts, and we've only done a few shirts like this before. The new skeletal foil uses water cooling tubes complete with terminating fittings and three-way junction splits to form an accurate rib cage. This is alongside individually sleeved cabling connecting to inductors and MOSFETs centrally. The heart is made out of a GN logo with a golden pump cap, bordering an RGB LED strip with extensive attention to detail along it. On the back, these super comfortable 100% cotton shirts run a voltage regulator module design down the spine with similar blue and silver foil to stand out. Our limited foil designs always sell out fast, and we will not make them again. So go to store.gamersnexus.net to grab one today and help fund our next deep dive investigative journalism piece. Thank you for your support.
Hopefully I don't get arrested. I'm not doing anything wrong, but it's definitely not normal. Wow.
Artesian Builds went from being a robust, pre-built PC manufacturer with 2 locations and 60 to 70 employees doing $20 million a year in revenue to a bankrupt warehouse with over $1 million of inventory still locked up and still owed to customers today. People who will never see the PCs they ordered and who will never get their RMA'd repair units that are stuck inside. The computers that were in here They had been sitting in here for months. And that includes, again, repair units that existing customers sent in for repair with their personal files, work files, family photos, tax documents, anything like that, stuck, trapped on the systems, imprisoned, where they will never be able to get them back because all of it is being sold at auction. As for how any of that happens, how you go from 20 million a year in revenue to bankrupt, well, a lot of that is because of this guy.
Oh, and there's the re-roll. And unfortunately, the follower count is extremely flat. Yeah, no, that's a no. This is an ambassador giveaway. This is not for people that aren't taking streaming seriously. We need you to be promoting, frankly, yourself and us if we're giving you a free computer. We run the contest, we make the rules. It's a slight change because we don't want to give PC to people that quit playing the game. This is an ambassador giveaway, and you've got to be collaborating with my company to get my free computers. Sponsored by Intel. Thanks, Intel.
Even though that now infamous live stream was an absolute train wreck, it's not the only reason Artesian Builds went out of business. They were doomed a long time ago, and today we're going to be showing you the collapse of Artesian Builds from the inside. This was one of their 2 old locations. The last time we were here was one day after the implosion of Artesian Builds, and now we're back to see how it's gone. The last time also was right when Artesian fired all of its staff via Twitter without notice, publicly. That was how they found out that they lost their jobs. That wasn't super. Okay. Even with that expensive, nice building, Artesian had every reason to make this work. They were shipping upwards of 800 pre-built computers every month. They went from doing $0 to $2.2 million in revenue in just 2 years. By the 3rd year in business, the year that they shut down, they were doing 20 million in revenue. They were on track for 30 million of revenue in the 4th year, up until CEO Noah Katz ran it into the ground. Today then, Artesian Builds still owes about 800 builds and about $1.8 million to its customers. And that's not counting whatever it or its owners will owe once the pending lawsuits conclude. When we were investigating this, we found that about a dozen or so former employees noted to us that they had not received the entirety of their last paycheck. And we also are aware of at least one active lawsuit currently being taken against Artesian Builds or its owner, who now has to navigate the waters of making sure he hasn't accidentally pierced the corporate veil somewhere. So that brings us to just some of the indicators of where the troubles lie with Artesian Builds at this point. But there are many more, and not all of them are purely personnel and HR issues. We should probably start by saying how we got into the warehouse, since we've already heard that Noah Katz apparently wants to sue us for defamation, among other things, as if we're the ones who said this.
With a record of 0 purchases and a falling off following, we're going to be redrawing this name.
Or who said this.
Oh, I'm a Dumbo.
Or did this. It was all above board. We contacted the brokers and by proxy the landlord, and they were more than happy to accommodate us.
And if you guys can just like make sure you, if it's okay with you, if you guys can just make sure you're either photographing or videoing the inside of the place, so we can appreciate it.
To take pictures and whatnot.
Okay, cool. This is especially because Artesian shut down within days of moving into and occupying the new space, leaving the landlord and the brokers without a tenant after a lot of customization and months of work and construction went into it. So it's not much of a surprise that they were happy to talk to us about their former or would-be tenant. And we also got information from staff and from company Slack logs, which included information from Noah himself from the Slack logs. So let's talk about what really went wrong. When the former CEO wasn't busy going out of business and leaving landlords without a tenant, he could be found recalling pay from contractors and employees, putting them into debt in their personal PayPal accounts and what seems, to those of us who aren't lawyers, to be fraudulent or potentially illegal. We'll come back to the more serious evidence like this that we've accumulated a little bit later. Artesian was run by an eccentric man with unique tastes. He modified this small form factor case by allegedly purchasing real dinosaur bones and arts and crafts gluing them to the chassis in what was supposed to bring to life this render of a dinosaur bone case commissioned from an artist. Now that's not quite as unique as the $300,000 Tyrannosaurus skull used in marketing attempts to customize builds, but it's still pretty unique. Artesian was a company that found more success in its core PC building business than it knew what to do with, mostly built on the back of its unfortunate team, and yet instead of focusing on getting PCs out the door, it tirelessly tried to expand into irrelevant categories. The company played with selling home goods like cheesecakes ordered direct to consumer, jigsaw puzzles of PCs, cutting boards, and slippers, painting a picture of a company run by lost leadership unaware of the unthinkable success it had already inadvertently stumbled into. And the leadership wasn't only lost in bizarre home goods. Its founder and CEO is also obsessed with the idea of internet fame and celebrity. This is something we experienced firsthand and entirely inappropriately when trying to interview him about the downfall of his company in the days before it closed.
I'm an influencer, but I'm also an executive.
And don't just take our word for it. In the company's internal Slack, when employees were begging the CEO to please apologize for dismissing and disrespecting smaller creators, he made statements like these. When confronted by employees that publicly disrespecting free marketing vectors, whom Artesian referred to as
an ambassador,
Katz said to his staff, "Wait, what? They're my buddies. What the fuck? If they aren't, that's the whole problem. That's the whole problem, guys. Am I not being clear?" In the internal server, he continued, stating, quote, "I literally built this brand to be their friends. That's the whole point of being live. I want them all to know me." This aligns with other actions Artesian took. Katz's personal assistant, for example, stated in the company's Slack during a fiery debate with the CEO that views and subs were purchased. We later learned from staff that this was during West Coast builds going live, particularly the CEOs or other people close to him. For all of the public issues that we all already know about, like insulting smaller creators who were doing free marketing for Artesian for the chance to maybe win a PC if they're popular enough, there were more issues internally that weren't revealed really until we started digging into them. So the first person, of course, who knew about the company's impending demise was CEO Noah Katz. This is not a surprise. And in the final days of Artesian's life, the CEO set to withdrawing approximately $10,000 from the company's PayPal account. And this is information that we have verified through bankruptcy hearing records that are filed with the court that we were able to obtain. So with the walls closing in around him, the CEO began clawing back money that was paid to contractors and staff in every way possible. A former staff member named Abby is currently in debt 3,900 British pounds on her PayPal account, or about $4,700 US. This is because what was left of Artesian, or Artesian Futures, or whatever it is now, recalled all payments made to her during the tumultuous downfall of the company. PayPal sided with Katz because of the company's size, probably, and presumably because they didn't know that it was going under. And because Abby doesn't know anyone who really works at PayPal, she's kind of screwed. She's in the UK. She's not able to really feasibly sue Katz, who likely has no money left anyway. PayPal would be the only avenue. The PayPal cases show two disputes, one for $2,965 or so US, and one for $2,570 US. We obtained text logs between Abby and Katz, where Katz, shown on the left, is told that with the COO, Nick, having departed, Abby will need to send the invoice to him. This all happened in December. Katz pays the amount in December of 2021, well before the collapse, and the thread revives in May of 2022 after everyone had already been publicly fired. Abby kindly suggests, probably too kindly, that the text thread serves as evidence for the dispute and asks Katz to keep things amicable at the end. He refers Abby to his lawyers. And just for the record, we have emailed the CEO's lawyers for comment, but at this time, at least of filming, we haven't heard back. Now, this isn't the only chargeback. At one time, especially early in the year, Artesian Builds was in desperate need of GPUs in order to complete builds that were partially assembled but could not ship due to the GPU shortage. And this will build into a much bigger issue that we'll get to later on, where the company had upwards of millions of dollars of inventory, which we've verified on the balance sheet, sitting, waiting to ship, and unable to because it was missing a GPU. So the company ties up all this money in all these builds and cannot actually ship them, creating just a massive liabilities sheet. So as a result of this, Artesian started seeking GPUs from employees and from eBay because they needed them to sell the actual builds. There's nothing inherently wrong with buying a GPU from an employee of the company if the company and the employee come to an agreement about it. That's completely fine. The problem is the payment of it. And by the way, there's also mining PCs being sold from AB Mining, but that's a later story. One particular employee paid about $1,120 US for the 3070 Ti and then sold it to his employer, Artesian Builds, which then went on to sell the GPU in a build upgrade for $1,500 at the company. So they did well, they made some money on it. In May of 2022, Katz, or whoever's handling his finances at this point, challenged the transaction on PayPal and claimed to PayPal that the transaction was fraud. That's ironic. PayPal sided in favor of Artesian and Katz, or his money managers, once again, and clawed back the money from the former employee, who is now short both a GPU and $1,120. In another scenario that was similar, Artesian Builds previously purchased a GPU from one of our viewers on eBay, and that viewer sent us all this documentation. This order was placed in January of 2022 for an RTX 3080 Ti priced at $2,250 at the time. The order was shipped to Artesian's West Coast warehouse, and it was insured, meaning that there was a signature of receipt. If you look at the receipt, which we have, it was actually purchased by AB Mining, or Artesian Builds Mining, making this potentially even scummier. The dispute was filed on May 25th, meaning it was 4 months after receipt of the GPU. So the GPU is long gone at this point. The reason provided is, quote, buyer did not recognize the transaction, so he filed it as fraud. Upon further investigation and to vet the source, we also obtained official USPS government documentation noting the delivery of the product to Artesian Builds as certified by the US government's postal service. The money mismanagement didn't stop there. Katz handed down a command from legal to halt all refunds to customers, and this was a knee-jerk reaction to the streaming mishap. So as people were canceling orders or backing out because of what happened on live stream, Artesian took a stance of no refunds, or at least as directed by Noah Katz and whoever legal is. We're not lawyers here, but blanket denying refunds as a knee-jerk reaction does, in my opinion, seem potentially fraudulent. As for why these potentially illegal decisions were made, that's best explained by looking at the company's balance sheet that we dug up. At the time of demise, Artesian Builds had about $2.1 million in assets, mostly inventory assets, so PC parts that would go into builds that either have already been sold and are pending shipping, or a GPU, or will be sold in the future. This was contrasted starkly by the liabilities section of the balance sheet, listed at $4.1 million in the final full operating month. Of that $4.1 million, $853,000 was claimed as a, quote, loan payable to family, and that would actually be Katz's parents here. This later climbed to an alleged $1.2 million, even just as the company went under. And given that Katz's parents are secured creditors, the sudden increase in the loan puts them in line to get repaid during the bankruptcy proceedings. Meanwhile, customers who bought on debit or who didn't file chargebacks will be behind the parents in line, behind potentially former employees, behind institutions and suppliers, basically behind anybody who is filing a lawsuit. And the reason people who filed chargebacks might get some money back is because you are now lumped in with a secured creditor like bank. If you look at footnote 7 in the balance sheet, you'll see a $250,000 adjustment to the owner's investment in the closing month of the books, alongside another footnote that says increased loan from insiders, so that'd be the parents. We don't want to get too derailed by this part of the story, but just for some context, Katz's parents were deeply invested in the company. both financially, but they also were involved at some level in management. So they would communicate regularly with other C-suite employees, CMO, COO, people in that sort of position, and with the lower ranking employees in the company. And they were involved in daily operations by sending lengthy messages to and from employees. And just us reading over the messages and the logs, it became clear to us that there was a culture problem within the company of general disrespect between all parties. So this might fall largely on the CEO and the parental advisors. We can't be 100% sure of how the blame is sort of shifted there. But regardless of where that culture originated, ultimately, we did see a lot of mutual disrespect in the messages that were shared with us from the company's Slack server between basically staff on one side and then CEO on the other. And that's just not conducive to ever running a successful company. And for that reason, we think it was probably doomed long before this stream. Now, we could keep going about this generally sort of scummy behavior, in our opinions, and about things like when the CEO in the company's Slack was shocked that anyone would, quote, curse him or Artesian after it had insulted people based on their follower count, or when the crackdown on staff happened after the streaming mishap. But you all get the point. All of this stuff we've been over so far, it's bad. It's pretty damning. But this was all stuff that happened more or less after or towards the end of the collapse of the company. And so we still need to look at what led up to it and caused that collapse, other than the person running it, which at this point, given the behavior, is probably enough. But there's more. And then we get into the power struggle between the East Coast and West Coast branches of Artesian Build. The East Coast was run largely autonomously. It had the operations team in it, including the COO and other people in operations and warehousing who could largely run the show on their own. The West Coast was run directly by the CEO, who resided and worked there. And in terms of staff, our understanding is that the Artesian Build split was about 2-to-1 staff on the West Coast to the East Coast, meaning the West Coast had more staff at any given time than the East Coast based on what we've been informed. So there were about 3 to 4 employees building PCs on the East Coast, and with these staff members for building, not counting support, warehousing, logistics, people in the C-suite for operations or marketing or whatever, not counting any of those supporting roles, only building PCs, the East Coast branch was capable of building about 20 to 31 systems a day, depending on the complexity of the systems being built that day, and that was with its 4 builders. The West Coast, for comparison, from what we understand, was building about 3 to 4 a day, and yet it had significantly more staff. You start to see some of the unraveling here. So our investigation revealed that the company, as of its demise, had about 615 or so builds queued for the East Coast, which is clearable within a month if they had supply available and didn't go bankrupt. And that's based on information we've collected from former employees. And this warehouse was the one that handled the bulk of the orders and had the most refined processes. There were an additional 170 to 180 builds queued at the West Coast warehouse located in Oakland. That's also where more of the streamer and influencer builds were prepped. And here's where the problems start. This was revealed in our investigation. This image shows the company's to-do list for the West Coast warehouse nearing sort of the end months of Artesian. You can see that the West Coast had about 3 builds per day scheduled, including one for a streamer, listed at the bottom. These were the types of builds that Artesian CEO wanted to personally work on, in what we think becomes a trend of attempts to associate with the concept of internet celebrity. And these were what the West Coast handled. Now, they also handled customer builds, so normal builds that weren't supposed to be special ones. The way it was supposed to be set up is that the West Coast would handle builds for people closer to California, and the East Coast was supposed to be for handling builds on the East Coast because it drives down logistics costs and people get stuff faster. That's the way it's supposed to work. So then, back to the image, this is what the West Coast had to do on this particular Wednesday, and this is what the East Coast division had to do on its Wednesday for the same date. It doesn't even fit on the page. So this branch, it printed money for Artesian by all accounts we could collect. The picture being painted here is one of 2 autonomously operating arms of the same company with little collective or collaborative action being taken between them. In interviewing team members from both locations, we got a strong sense of an East versus West mentality within the same company. And as we spoke with the staff members from the two branches, you could start to see where some of the division arose. It can be healthy and useful or productive to have a somewhat competitive mindset internally, but it has to be managed well by managers, by people higher up, to ensure that it doesn't devolve into just toxicity and a backstabbing environment that I am certain that some of our viewers who've worked in large corporate environments especially, probably are all too familiar with, where it goes from feeling like you're on a team to starting to feel like you have to watch your back for someone who wants whatever, your job, your window cubicle, whatever it may be. So easy for that to really go off the rails and create a much worse situation than needs to exist. Now, as for why it devolved into a competitive mindset instead of turning into a collaborative one, well, this image explains that pretty well. This is the quality of build we were told would get delivered between the warehouses. What you're looking at is the PC build for streamer Nick Merckx. It shows how it was initially built and shipped from the West Coast branch, where the CEO directly worked on these builds. The West Coast would build the celebrity builds often on stream, and often done by the CEO and maybe one other builder. And then the East Coast would beg the West Coast branch to ship them the builds for a final once-over. In this Nick Merckx build, that's exactly what happened. The East Coast branch handled the final packing and distribution of the system, and when it arrived from the West Coast, the lower-level East Coast employees immediately set to work fixing the cabling mess that was delivered for the system. It was going to be one of the largest collaborations with a streamer they'd ever done, so they wanted it to look like it was built well. Artesian's CEO wasn't particularly fond of Nick Merckx and the crew anyway, and we're also curious if Nick Merckx knows that Katz referred to their paid partnership as, quote, ransom. As for why these decisions to rework PCs happened in the first place, it's because of a difference in the escape rate, or the rate of RMA units or defects that escape one warehouse versus another. We were told that the normal escape rate for the West Coast was approaching 10%, meaning 10% of the product leaving would have some form of defect and either need a replacement, a refund, or to be shipped back for repair. And the East Coast escape rate was less than 1%, typically floating in the 0.3 to 0.5% range. So there's clearly an issue with operations between the two branches. They clearly were not following the same set of procedures. And this is what ultimately led to Artesian burning large amounts of money, really for no reason, because you have two groups of people doing the same work. One is basically just going over the work that the other one had already immediately completed. And that's where we think, other than the other financial mismanagement that we talked about earlier, a large portion of the money was being spent in a way that isn't necessarily immediately obvious day to day until you zoom out. The biggest ongoing liability, though, was builds awaiting a GPU. Artesian had many outstanding builds, either partially complete, waiting to be even started, or just generally unfulfilled orders. Artesian would collect money for the order, as is normal, and then fulfill it when complete. But it had unknown timelines sometimes for GPUs, and this could lead to short-term liabilities stacking up, as the orders could be canceled at any time after receipt of the GPU. So the GPU is long gone at this point. The reason provided is, quote, buyer did not recognize the transaction, so he filed it as fraud. Upon further investigation and to vet the source, we also obtained official USPS government documentation noting the delivery of the product to Artesian Builds as certified by the US government's postal service. The money mismanagement didn't stop there. Katz handed down a command from legal to halt all refunds to customers, and this was a knee-jerk reaction to the streaming mishap. So as people were canceling orders or backing out because of what happened on live stream, Artesian took a stance of no refunds, or at least as directed by Noah Katz and whoever legal is. We're not lawyers here, but blanket denying refunds as a knee-jerk reaction does, in my opinion, seem potentially fraudulent. As for why these potentially illegal decisions were made, that's best explained by looking at the company's balance sheet that we dug up. At the time of demise, Artesian Builds had about $2.1 million in assets, mostly inventory assets, so PC parts that would go into builds that either have already been sold and are pending shipping, or a GPU, or will be sold in the future. This was contrasted starkly by the liabilities section of the balance sheet, listed at $4.1 million in the final full operating month. Of that $4.1 million, $853,000 was claimed as a, quote, loan payable to family, and that would actually be Katz's parents here. This later climbed to an alleged $1.2 million, even just as the company went under. And given that Katz's parents are secured creditors, the sudden increase in the loan puts them in line to get repaid during the bankruptcy proceedings. Meanwhile, customers who bought on debit or who didn't file chargebacks will be behind the parents in line, behind potentially former employees, behind institutions and suppliers, basically behind anybody who is filing a lawsuit. And the reason people who filed chargebacks might get some money back is because you are now lumped in with a secured creditor like a bank. If you look at footnote 7 in the balance sheet, you'll see a $250,000 adjustment to the owner's investment in the closing month of the books, alongside another footnote that says increased loan from insiders, so that'd be the parents. We don't want to get too derailed by this part of the story, but just for some context, Katz's parents were deeply invested in the company, both financially, but they also were involved at some level in management. So they would communicate regularly with other C-suite employees, CMO, COO, people in that sort of position, and with the lower ranking employees in the company. And they were involved in daily operations by sending lengthy messages to and from employees. And just us reading over the messages and the logs, it became clear to us that there was a culture problem within the company of general disrespect between all parties. So this might fall largely on the CEO and the parental advisors. We can't be 100% sure of how the blame is sort of shifted there. But regardless of where that culture originated, ultimately, we did see a lot of mutual disrespect in the messages that were shared with us from the company's Slack server between basically staff on one side and then CEO on the other. And that's just not conducive to ever running a successful company. And for that reason, we think it was probably doomed long before this stream. Now, we could keep going about this generally sort of scummy behavior, in our opinions, and about things like when the CEO in the company's Slack was shocked that anyone would, quote, curse him or Artesian after it had insulted people based on their follower count, or when the crackdown on staff happened after the streaming mishap. But you all get the point. All of this stuff we've been over so far, it's bad. It's pretty damning. But this was all stuff that happened more or less after or towards the end of the collapse of the company. And so we still need to look at what led up to it and caused that collapse, other than the person running it, which at this point, given the behavior, is probably enough. But there's more. And then we get into the power struggle between the East Coast and West Coast branches of Artesian Builds. The East Coast was run largely autonomously. It had the operations team in it, including the COO and other people in operations and warehousing who could largely run the show on their own. The West Coast was run directly by the CEO, who resided and worked there. And in terms of staff, our understanding is that the Artesian Build split was about 2-to-1 staff on the West Coast to the East Coast, meaning the West Coast had more staff at any given time than the East Coast, based on what we've been informed. So there were about 3 to 4 employees building PCs on the East Coast, and with these staff members for building, not counting support, warehousing, logistics, people in the C-suite for operations or marketing or whatever, not counting any of those supporting roles, only building PCs, the East Coast branch was capable of building about 20 to 31 systems a day, depending on the complexity of the systems being built that day, and that was with its 4 builders. The West Coast, for comparison, from what we understand, was building about 3 to 4 a day, and yet it had significantly more staff. You start to see some of the unraveling here. So our investigation revealed that the company, as of its demise, had about 615 or so builds queued for the East Coast, which is clearable within a month if they had supply available and didn't go bankrupt. And that's based on information we've collected from former employees. And this warehouse was the one that handled the bulk of the orders and had the most refined processes. There were an additional 170 to 180 builds queued at the West Coast warehouse located in Oakland. That's also where more of the streamer and influencer builds were prepped. And here's where the problems start. This was revealed in our investigation. This image shows the company's to-do list for the West Coast warehouse nearing sort of the end months of Artesian. You can see that the West Coast had about 3 builds per day scheduled, including one for a streamer listed at the bottom. These were the type. Zoom out. The biggest ongoing liability, though, was builds awaiting a GPU. Artesian had many outstanding builds, either partially complete.
Alright, well, I
We
don't
have a
know
lot.
where I finished up, so whatever.
Hello and
God
welcome
damn.
to Cyber Golf with Friends, a brand new map, Bouncy Castle. I'm saying the person who loses has to do a shot at the airport.
Okay, yeah.
No,
a shot now. A shot now. That's just terrible.
We've installed that up.
What just happened?
Puppy stole! What are you doing, man?
The keys. Bro, the keys in there.
What do you mean the keys?
This
Bro,
car,
keys,
by the
the
way,
keys done, the keys fucked.
so.
The key won't come out now.
No, this car was so. Look how far we've made it.
Oh my god, he's broke. Bro,
I haven't broken the key. The car sucked it up, bro.
wait, show us the key.
It didn't unlock as well for so long. Oh my god, that car was so bad. I genuinely think out of all the experiences, like bad team, good team, I know obviously I haven't experienced a lot of the bad teams. I genuinely think that's the worst one. We were sat in a car for about 10 hours to visit a wall, and then we had to get all the way back.
Hello and welcome to Cyber Reacts. The vibes are high right now. We've had to do a great video.
We've installed that up.
Well, hey, now I want her to see that video. But now it's not showing up on here.
The first round.
Here comes the bounce shots from Curatolo. Walking oh! Dropped him. McKinney on top. Delivery punches. Referee wants to stop it. He pulls him away.
Curatolo in on a shot. Protesting the stoppage. He got hit with a clean knee and dropped.
Pray. Oh! Massive right! Floors out. Oh my goodness. That's going to be it. That'll do it. UFC knockout for China's best, the Leech.
Did you see what he did, though? When he had him hurt, he hit him with the body jab. Yeah. That was beautiful. He hit him with the body jab to get him against the octagon side. Then he went left hook, right hand. Nasty setup by the Leech.
Fino, da. I ovaj apekat prednji. Zanimljivo rješenje. Grad! Kakav nokaut! Kakav sada nokaut! Nadajmo se da je Oli dobro. Kakav teški nokaut. Ovo je sjelo strašno. Strašno.
Takes another nice 1-2 from Brown. Oh, and another gets his head rocked back. Oh, that's a big cut that stumbled him. And it's over. Well, Neil Brown with the first round knockout.
What a way to start the showdown. Just absolutely vicious from the very first second of the fight. No.
Staying right in front of Caleb Crump. Oh, the left hand drop.
He's unconscious.
My goodness. Chuck Buffalo.
Good right hand over the top from John. Oh! That'll do it! And that is it! Dustin Jacoby stops Bone Chung in round 1!
Whoa!
Die ersten Schritte im Profilager in dieser Series gemacht und sind zu waschechten, gestandenen Kämpfern herangerannt. Und dann wird er erwischt mit der Kopfsacke! Und das war's! Florin Sandeli mit dem Knockdown!
Perfekt getimter Uppercut. Und
The referee didn't see it.
Yeah, he just stopped.
And who with the great attitude, like, don't tell me.
Beautiful head kick knockout by Huey!
Oh my days! He was setting him up the whole time with a big left hand. Oh my days! Oh my days! Ganz zu zwingen, denn sobald der einmal seinen Rhythmus gefunden hat, sich einmal warm geschlagen hat, dann wird es brandheiß. Oh, das geht zu Boden! Unglaublich!
Und wie? Der ist nicht nur zu Boden gegangen, der ist weg gewesen, bevor der überhaupt den Boden erreicht hat. Knie-K.O. hier. Und ich würde sagen, eindeutiger und
He's goading you a little bit and you get a knockdown in the first round. Oh my days.
But we said that before, Siders are like, guys.
What is this screaming? That was fucking awful, dude. Straight up.
Countering over the top of the low kick once again. Solid right hand, left scores well. Mouthpiece is out, he's hurt. Kinley St. Louis gets this done in quick fashion. Mouthpiece goes flying, Matos hits the ground, and Kinley St. Louis scales the cage.
And he almost knocked JC Cavalcante right off the side of the cage. I wouldn't want to do that, but...
You don't want to go back to practice next week.
Прицеливается Бигфут. Пытается прессинговать, сразу же брать. О, какое попадание навстречу, и все! Кончено!
Один удар, и как же обесточен в итоге Антонио Бигфут Силва. Казалось бы, коротко и навстречу, но точно попадает Олег Попов. Все завершено в самом начале второго.
Left thigh out of the shorts too after the round. Yeah, why would big left from Puna! Looking at Puna face down! Puna Soriano! So Puna's power rules the day as he finishes Dalsha Lukiambula early in
Дыхание у Шаматавы. Всего лишь минута остается.
Oh, that was nasty. That was fucking sick, nasty, bro. Sick, nasty.
Just happened. I am absolutely speechless. When I get paid to talk, that's unbelievable.
The same size. Young is a small welterweight, and he doesn't care.
Oh my God!
He got
oh my God! Whoa! Oh my God! What a kick! What a shocker! Taka with a spinning kick straight to the face, knocking out Young.
All right. Let's see here. Almost a 5-hour stream. Holy hell. Till next time.